Alright guys, Beelan here, back with more Mass Effect. Gonna continue on Mass Effect 3. I want to get towards the end of the game because I want to be fucking done with it, but yeah, we are, I'm waiting to see the stream live on my end. There we go. Live on my end. That took a little while. But yeah, we are back. Got a lot to talk about once again. Got a lot of Big Brother. Got Australian Survivor. Got some other stuff, but yeah, let's do it. So yeah, let's go. Continuing on. Who cares? Whatever. Just finished uploading my Australian Survivor mid-season power ranking, which is kind of why I got a little bit of a later start here than what I would have liked. I would have liked to start at around 11, but it is what it is. But yeah, finished the video. Got recorded this morning. Edited it tonight. Ended up being 46 minutes. Hey, Bryce. But yeah, got that done. Pretty long. I mean, like, it's not super long, I guess, when you think about the fact that I had to talk about as many people as I did. But yeah, that will be coming out tomorrow. I am hey, cool. Yeah, Australian Survivor Mid-Season Power Ranking will be coming out tomorrow. Again, it's kind of an extra video. It wasn't really on the schedule, and again, like, I knew the Yakuza video was going to bomb. What the fuck? Her face just turned all the way around. But yeah, I knew the Yakuza video was going to bomb today, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just release it as an extra video. Get the Yakuza video out of the way. What am I doing right now? Do I want me to go to VidCon? I don't think I need to, right? Do I have anything here? The Chung... Did we not finish the Chung? Oh, no, that's Victus. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do these missions first, and then go to the Citadel. All right. Yeah, a lot to talk about. What did I think of Australian Survivor? I was wrong. I think that's the main thing. Well, I wasn't necessarily. I was wrong from where I was at the end of last stream, where I said that I was very confident Laura or Kara were going to be the next boots. Yeah, I was wrong on that end, but, like, I was pretty confident Simon was going home. Like, I thought Simon was going to be the merge boot. That's, what I was looking at it being. Is this the mission that we need to do? Does a person show up during this? I don't think anyone shows up during this mission. So, I don't think it's even really worth doing. Because, like, I'm trying to do side missions that involve characters from the other games. Problem is I don't remember which one's which, but whatever. Yeah, so yeah, Australian Survivor was interesting. I mean, Simon obviously gets blindsided. I do not think that was the right move at all for Danny and Chelsea. But they did it. I talk about it in my mid-season power ranking that's coming out tomorrow. This is Novaria, right? So I guess we'll go with this. But I mean, like, the episode as a whole, like, the actual episode itself, I kind of felt was, like, kind of boring by the end of it. Like, even though it's, like, it's cool seeing Simon being blindsided with two idols, it's like, well, you kind of made it very clear that Simon's getting blindsided with two idols. Like, even, like, before this episode, like, I was very much assuming that Simon was going to be blindsided with two idols. Like, it was more so, when is he going to be blindsided? And I was suspecting that at the merge. But, like, once we got all this setup of, Danny's turning on Simon and everything, it's like, well, then, like, he's going home this episode. Like, there is no real surprise there for me. And again, a lot of that comes down to presentation, where the Australian Survivor can't fucking present a blindside for the life of them. But, yeah, I mean, it was a fine episode for what it was, but it's just, again, I just don't like how Australian Survivor produces its shows. This doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah, I mean, at this point, like, I can just spoil the number one spot in the power ranking because it's pretty obvious. Like, I mean, can Haley not win at this point? Like, is there any chance she doesn't win? Like, I literally, like, I don't think there's even a possibility of her not winning at this point. like from an Edgic standpoint, from a gameplay standpoint, like on like every point of view. Like I just don't see how Haley doesn't win. Like I really feel like this edit has been so lopsided to where it's like I can't even imagine anyone else winning. I mean, like, yeah, there's like other people that have like slim chances, but it's like I feel like Haley has like 90% equity at this point, maybe 95%. Like I feel like it's so like in Haley's favor. Like I literally just don't see how this doesn't end with the Haley win, based on how Australian Survivor edits and everything.
Commander, you'll have to find the command center to take down their defenses.
Which mission is this? This might have been a waste of time, but whatever. Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff going on in Big Brother right now as well. A lot of, I guess there was like a big argument between like Tiffany and Derek F and Azza earlier today. Some flip-flopping going on. I believe Xavier just called a house meeting not too long ago, from what I saw. So yeah, there's some crazy stuff going on in Big Brother as well. Though I don't think it's going to end up affecting anything. Like I think the vote's still, like in terms of this week's vote, I think Christian's still going home. But definitely some interesting stuff moving forward. What do I think of Survivor 41 First Look? Was there a Survivor 41 thing that came out? I did not even check. I've been busy all day with the Australian Survivor video. And then I watched the challenge and Big Brother and stuff. So I haven't really looked on stuff online. Like, did they release a 41 thing? Which if they did, like, to be honest, like, I don't know, I'm not really, like, too apt to be, checking up on every little thing right now, when it comes to that. But, I probably would look at it, though, if they did release something. Like, I haven't seen it, though. What do you think of the Big Brother episode? It was good from what I saw. Again, I was literally watching Big Brother and the challenge at the same time, with more focus being on the challenge. But from what I saw of Big Brother, it seemed like a pretty solid episode. I was very surprised that we got a cliffhanger, and I did like that Christian. Again, Christian really fought for it. Christian went in. Followed Derek X to the storage room where like Derek X is, because like like the HOH or the person always goes to the storage room to get the veto box and everything, and it's like for Christian to be taking that opportunity to talk to Derek X along the way, I think that's I like the fight from Christian, but again, it's not going to work.
Be ready, Commander. You're gonna get swarmed.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing with Simon going out 2 idols, I think it's conceptually fun, but it's like, I don't think it's presented in that fun of a way. And it's like, I think it was the same thing with, like, Kelly going home in IOI, where it's like, yeah, like, her going home 2 idols was fun, but it's like everything else surrounding it made it not fun. Like, it should have been fun, but it's like, and that's obviously a very different situation with like the dance stuff, but like here it's like I just don't feel like it was presented in a way that was that fun to me, outside of like afterwards him like going up to JLP and saying like, I think this is the first time in Survivor history or something dumb like that. Like outside of that, it's like, I don't know, it was just kind of fine. Like I felt like this was coming from so long, like so far back at this point, where I was not surprised at all that he ends up getting blindsided with both of them in his pocket. Thought on Derek X telling Alyssa that he's gonna backdoor Christian. I mean, it was a great moment on the feeds. Like, I talked about this last stream. I actually watched feeds for like the actual feeds themselves for the first time in a while to watch that. Because that was pretty fun. It was a lot of scrambling going on even after veto. There was a lot of scrambling. It was a pretty fun sequence of events. I just love like Christian's reaction too when Alyssa tells him and everything. But yeah, and like Christian's still going home. Like I don't see how Christian saves himself, even at this point where there's a lot of like flip-flopping going on. I'd be very surprised if the vote actually flips. I think all it's really doing is changing up the dynamics for next week. which we'll probably eventually talk about as well. What did you think of the challenge premiere? It was good. I thought it was good. Again, like I said this pretty sure. Like the survivors were coming into this with a massive target on their back, and not surprised to see a survivor go home early. And again, I am spoiled on the season, so I did know Michaela was going to be. Actually, technically, I didn't know for sure if she was going to be the first boot, but I did know she was going to be an early boot, and. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously disappointing to see that. Michaela's someone that, like, people have been wanting on the challenge for a while. I thought she was a great fit for the challenge. Even though, to be honest, I feel like she's a bit too classy for the challenge. I feel like she doesn't really have this, like, I don't know, a bit of trashiness that you would typically see on the challenge. Though, again, just, like, challenge is kind of, like, straightening up a bit now, I guess. But, I don't know, like, I don't know how much she really fits a challenge cast. But I do think, like, from the challenge element of it, I think it's really interesting to see Michaela on there. And again, sucks to see her go. Renan, who the fuck is Renan? I mean, like, it's funny. Like, I forgot Ren was even on this cast. Like, I forgot he was even a person until oh yeah, that's another thing. Since I last streamed, I did watch episode 0, which actually aired on Monday, and I didn't even know it aired on Monday. So I didn't watch it until yesterday, but I did watch that as well. And I was like watching it. It's like even though. Again, I haven't been very positive on the cast. I do feel like a lot of these not a lot of these newbies, but the newbies that we've been shown have been pretty solid. Like I feel like Gabo is someone that's really surprising to me. Again, he's like playing this like completely aloof guy that knows like absolutely nothing about the show. Like I just thought that was hilarious.
Give it everything you got.
I think Kells is pretty interesting so far. Obviously, I mean, Michelle is great. Wow, like I think like the rookies maybe aren't as bad as I was expecting them to be, but there's still a lot of like no names. But then it's still episode 1, so Emmy is fantastic. Like Emmy's fantastic TV. She does annoy me a bit, but it'll be interesting to see how her season ends up going.
Anyone wounded? Just the usual minor.
I not agree for gameplay this week though. Again, very really just like making a move for the sake of making a move or something. Like I don't know why she decided to go so hard on getting rid of Michaela. Like I understand that she wants to like build trust with Anissa and Tori, which is really annoying to see considering again I don't like Anissa or Tori, but yeah, like I get that she's trying to get integrated within the veteran like alliance and stuff, but I don't think she should have went as hard as she did, which definitely put a target on her back.
We can use their own defenses against them. Tell your team they did good, Commander. You should be proud.
Thank you, sir.
That's all. Hack it out.
The Big Brother comp was funny. Like it's funny that it existed. Like it was not a. It's like kind of a modification on that BB14 comp. Like it's adding the Yankee swap onto the BB14. What was it? The coaches comp where like they had to shake their hips and like all that sort of stuff. But obviously not as sexualized as that one. It would have been even more hilarious if it was like the sexualized version of it. I did love the final round with Brittany where she's like she looks like a fucking maniac when she's like shaking her head and everything. But yeah, I mean outside, the comp was just dumb. Like it was like yeah, it was just really dumb. But I found it entertaining for a one-time thing. I think if we do it again, maybe at that point it'll be a bit annoying. I don't know why I'm doing these missions. Do people show up during these missions? I don't remember. Oh, hey Sorquil, hey Zindy Switch. Haven't seen you in a while. Again, I'm really far behind chat, so again, like if it seems like I'm answering things really late, it's because of that. Okay, let's see. Bob Crowley isn't a pedo. He's not a pedo. He's definitely a creepy fucking guy though. But yeah, not a pedo. Not a pedo. Yeah, I'm surprised it went to a cliffhanger for this episode. Yeah, I was not expecting that, but at the end of the day, it's like But they have a lot to show tomorrow. Like, there's a lot. Again, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. I don't know how much time they're going to have to actually show that stuff. But yeah, there's definitely a lot to show. So I guess I am pretty surprised that they didn't end up showing the veto result. I wonder if it was like something that was predetermined. Like maybe like I don't know what they're going to do. So are we not going to get the HOH tomorrow? Like, is that what we're looking at? Because I think there's a chance of that, where maybe they don't want the HOH to be done tomorrow so that they can have the HOH for Sunday because they don't have a real competition to show on Sunday. Like, we do know that there's going to be the vote, the America's vote, and there's going to be a twist and stuff, but again, don't really know how much time that's going to take. So maybe that's why they did it, but I think it played out well for them. To do it, but like I think this turned out to be an okay time considering there was some intrigue of like Christian really especially from a TV show standpoint of Christian like really fighting hard, but yeah, it was never going to work. Christy Ben is the best player ever. Probably not. So sad Simon left. Yeah, I'm disappointed Simon left. Yeah, I was not surprised Simon left by the time we got the tribal and everything, but yeah, I mean, again, like I was expecting him to be booted pretty soon. I was expecting him to be, if not the merge vote, then like a vote or two afterwards. Like I was kind of expecting him to be in this like David Jennett mold of an early merge boot that gets blindside of idols in their pocket. But pre-merge was a bit of a surprise. Again, that's why I was so confident last stream that Kara or Laura were going home, because I did not think he was going to be pre-merge. But he was, so. Oh well. Like, I thought it was like, again, is there any doubt that Haley's winning at this point? Like, I just feel like I don't get how they're being so blatant with this edit. Where, like, no one else has a good edit, really. And even, like, Haley's isn't flawless. Like, I talk about it in my mid-season power ranking, that, like, she has holes in her edit, but it's, like, everyone else has, like, massive holes, while she has, like, very small ones. And also, like, adding in, the gameplay, like, the, like, high-level gameplay that she has, and then also her positioning coming into the merge. It's like, how is she not winning this? Like, how? Like, I literally cannot think of another situation, like a realistic situation based on all these factors going into it that would not lead to a Haley win.
We must hurry.
Okay. Which is like, again, like for a while I've been like trying to think of like how Haley doesn't win, and like I was like saying, okay, maybe Flick can win because like Flick has again, she had a strong, like, first week, and then, like, has had okay content after that. But then, like, her last, like, week and a half or so has been, like, actually, no, her last 2 weeks, because, yeah, ever since the swap. Like, she's gotten no content. She's literally gotten one confessional since the swap. And that, when the confessional was in this last episode, and was, like, a nothing confessional. Or, like, not, like, nothing of, like, actual substance to her overall game. It's like, I've been talking about Baden as someone that I think has a chance. But I think at this point, I'm more convinced that Baden's like a runner-up than he is a winner. George is George. So again, I think there's a chance, considering he's at the merge. He's this big character. I think Australian Survivor likes these big characters. But I think he's more of like a Danny Hayes from BBAU sort of figure, where he's going to make it far, but probably going to come up short. It's like, who else is there? There's no one. Like, I don't see any other realistic. Okay, not what I meant to do. But yeah, I just don't see any other realistic outcome for this season at this point. Which again is pretty insane this early on into the season. Which I think really just shows how poorly they've been editing the show. He's like, even last season where like David. Where David was very clearly going to be the winner. It's like, at least at that point, like, I thought there was a chance of, like, a Brooke win. And then, like, Pia, same thing. It's like, when Pia won Championship Contenders 2, it's like, again, there was a chance of, like, a Janine win. There was a chance of, like, a Luke win. But again, like we're a hairy win. But yeah, like at the point that we're at now, it's like who else can win? Like it's so bizarre to me. Like I don't know what the fuck they did with the season. Um, do you think that Christy Bennett will be the opposite winner of Australian Survivor this year? I don't fully get the question. According to Julie Chen, now the slaughterhouse is in control of the game. Or French kisses. Probably not. I mean, like, I feel like she's gonna say royal flush, right? I feel like that's what she's gonna say, which is also incorrect. Or maybe now she's gonna go all in on the cookout, and that's even incorrect at this point. To us, there is no real solid alliance at this point that is running the game. And to be fair, there never really was. Like, there's never been a point where an alliance was actually loyal to each other throughout this entire season. But I think at the point that we're at now, it's like, I mean, there really isn't a true alliance that's sticking true to each other. It's a lot of just smaller groups. It's very very voting blocky. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Again, I'm just like walking around this area, like hoping someone shoots me so I know where the enemy is.
I'm so scared.
Oh, didn't even see him there. You see Lorne O'Connell was at Michelle Fitzgerald's party? That doesn't surprise me. I guess that probably means Lorne O'Connell's going to be on the challenge soon, right? That'd be cool. Will you actually watch the challenge at that point? I do. Again, like Lorne O'Connell feels like someone that should be on the challenge. I would not be surprised if that ends up happening. Like, I do worry about survivors on the challenge in general, though. Again, like, it's so weird how the challenge like seems to have such a negative impression on Survivor. Like, I really don't fully get where it came. Like, I get like Jay, like they were upset at Jay for like flipping on for like siding with Teresa and everything, and like all that stuff that happened in Double Agents. But it's like, I feel like it's gotta be more than that, obviously. Like, I don't know why they have like I mean, again, like it's like, I guess it's perception that Survivor is this game about backstabbing and everything, but really weird to me though how it really feels like the survivors have no chance this season. Where the fuck is everyone else? Like, why is this mission going on for so long? Who's still out there? Whatever. Bob had some weird things to say about Corinne during his segment. I never watched Russell's like top 100 thing, but that would not surprise me. I believe he was like Corinne was one of the people he was a bit handsy with, right? But then like Corinne like still loves Bob, so whatever. I believe he got in trouble with Crystal, right? I think that's the one that like fought back with him. Are we done? I don't know why I did this mission then.
Good work, everyone.
Because I should just like quit the mission immediately after I start, because like again, like I'm trying to do these missions that involve characters from Mass Effect 2. Well, this one kind of just wastes my time, so whatever. Oh yeah, the Lord of the Latrine was pretty funny. I did think that was fun. Like, I didn't realize that's what his punishment was. Like, I saw his outfit and everything, but I didn't fully get the like, I didn't know that he had to actually open the bathroom door for everyone, and they had to go ask him and stuff, and like, that was just hilarious. And really, like, to be honest, it's kind of more of a punishment for the entire house than it is just for Derek. Thought on Sarah Beth's Row Your Boat song, I thought that was fantastic. Yeah, it's been around on Twitter for a while. I've always found that hilarious, especially because like on Twitter, like they add in like this like really creepy music to it too. Yeah, I think it's a great moment.
Commander, Admiral Anderson is available on VidCom.
Let's see. Imagine if Kara won. Kara's not winning. She is pretty low in my power ranking. Not at the bottom, but I mean, how could she be at the bottom considering the edit, but of certain other players? But I have no faith in Kara as a player. Like, the only saving grace for her is that she like does have some pretty positive content in the fact that like she was called like a hero by George when he used the veto on her, and again it was like really shown as this heroic moment instead of like her being an idiot. So it's like that's really her one saving grace. Outside of that, I feel like she's done everything else wrong. And like despite her getting consistent content, it's been like consistently negative content or like content about how they don't trust her. So it's like I don't see her winning, but again, it would be funny. Yeah, a Kara win, even a Laura win. A Laura win would be funny. Get terrible gameplay wise, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's just do the Citadel. I don't care anymore. What I think of Christian as a player and character. As a character, he's just fine. I mean, like he's kind of like a Victor-esque person. Like he's like fine enough as a character, but like nothing like overly interesting. I mean, to be honest, like overall, he's probably like a more savvy Victor. Like as a player, like I think he's like Victor with like slightly better game sense, but even then, not great game sense. Like I think he again, he's campaigning hard, he's fighting hard. He does seem to really want it. He's really good at comps. It's like he's not a bad player in the grand scheme of things, but just not a active enough one to where he, again, like one of his biggest flaw. I think his biggest flaw, like he talks about how he should have gotten rid of Derek X last week. That's not really his flaw. His flaw is not building a bond with Derek X, despite it being in both their best interests to do so. Like, again, like his argument of like, oh, I'll be a shield for you, is the correct argument if you could trust that Christian wasn't going to come after you. Like, it's like, in an ideal situation, yes, Derek X should keep Christian around to be a shield for him, as Christian is the bigger physical threat than Derek X. But it's like Derek X can't trust Christian enough because they have no relationship. So it's like, why would he trust Christian to keep true to his word? What are we going to do here? I just realized we're about to kill Kaden, aren't we? I kind of forgot about that. We didn't do the hospital stuff. Oh, whatever. Let's go Liara and Garrus, I guess? Why not? Do I think Haley will do I think Haley will end up being a good winner? Yes. I think if she plays the way that she's been playing, I think she's the best winner in Australian Survivor. I think she's better than David at this point. I think in the pre-merge, like her pre-merge game of this season is stronger than the pre-merge game of David's. And I think if she ends up going into merge, holds control the entire way through, never needs to use an idol or advantage, like never needs one for herself to save herself, gets to the end of the game. Again, if she wins final immunity, that's fine. Like especially if we're at a final 2 situation, that's fine. Again, I think if she's able to dominate the game from this point forward, I think she's above David. And in general, Survivor ranking, like she is pretty high. If she's able to do that as well. Possibly... I don't remember my full ranking, but it's like she would be top tier. Like she would be like top, like the top tier of the top tier. Is that like she would be like with the Earls and the like I don't know if she reaches Kim. Like she doesn't. I don't think she reaches Kim Spradlin unless like again like it's Kim Spradlin. So it's like it'd be very tough for her to reach that. But to be honest, the potential is still technically there. I don't think she reaches that, but there's still the potential. No matter how much of a stranglehold she has of the game. I don't think she'll get that stranglehold though. Yeah, like to be... What the fuck just happened there? But yeah, to be like Kim Spradlin from Final like 7 on, where like essentially I think what would need to happen is all the bronze go out one after another. she gets to the end game with like all the bronze plus like maybe Flick, or all the brains, sorry, plus maybe Flick, and at that point everyone wants to take her to the end. Like that's where she would need to be above Kim Spradlin, or around Kim Spradlin's level, I should say. Because like even then, like there's still a chance that she's above Boston Rob. If not that, then if she doesn't have like the full stranglehold of the game to where everyone wants to take her to the end, then again, Boston Rob, Earl, Tony, like she's still potentially in that range. Like again, she has the potential to be a very, very top tier winner at this point. It's just like we're gonna have to see how the post merge goes. You think Emmett would be the merge boot? I think he has high potential to be. However, I don't think his, like, the sense I get is that I think he's gonna possibly go an immunity run. I think he will for sure be the biggest target come the merge. I'm expecting like a Chelsea as the merge boot, maybe a Kez. Chelsea because she's gotten no airtime, and Kez because she's like gotten this like consistent airtime without being. Like we did see Kez like find an idol, right, in the preview.
Hello.
What have you got?
A warning from
Yeah, I think yeah, like Emmett is definitely a possibility though. I think Emmett. I think it's gonna be a Braun. I think that's where we're gonna see the game going. I think the brains are gonna probably end up controlling the early merge at least. So yeah, I think probably we're gonna either lose. I think we're gonna lose Chelsea before Danny. I would think, but again, that could go anywhere. I mean, Chelsea could go on a immunity run too. I think that's also a possibility. Yeah, I mean, like the more I'm thinking about it, I think Chelsea or Emmett feel like the most likely. Who's the Gerald? Gerald's not gonna be the merge boot. Yeah, so I think Chelsea, Chelsea, Emmett, or a chance of Kez, but what is this?
The counselor's in there, surrounded by Cerberus. Who put together that
I
security?
mean, dang it, like Emmett has gotten a very Emmett's getting a very like David season like Championship Contenders 2 sort of edit at this point. Kind of this like very over the top character.
It's a fairly defensible position.
I'm on it.
Has been like a pretty big player on his swap tribe. I did put Emmett on my like a bit higher in my power rankings than I thought I was going to. Like I thought he like for the longest time he's been like number like now like outside the top 10 for a good chunk of time. I did end up putting him like relatively high. Like it's actually the highest out of anyone that doesn't have a chance to win the game. I was actually impressed with his I'm impressed with his post swap gameplay. I do think he's played these rounds for the most part pretty well, even though yeah, I don't think it's going to end up working out for him, especially because like brains are coming into the merge down in numbers. Or Braun, I keep getting it wrong. But yeah, I think Emmett's demonstrated more game ability than I thought he would, especially early on in the season where he had the a pretty bad episode 2.
Troops in the lobby. They were dug in.
Michelle, Lauren, Wendell, Victoria, Eliza, and Bryce over there. That's kind of a random grouping of people, isn't it? I guess they're all like in the same area, but still, I feel like Eliza very much feels out of place in that group.
Security doors have been sealed for your protection.
I heard Tiffany's trying to make a flip happen. Yes, she is, and not working out well so far. Like Tiffany has always wanted Christian to stay. Like she never wanted Christian to go. Again, like this is the first week where I do think Tiffany is just outright not getting her way. Yeah, she's trying to get her way now, and it's not really working out for her. Essentially what's happened over the course of the last day is... Okay, this is like an overly complicated situation now, I think. But essentially, like, Christian is in a position right now where he thinks he has Alyssa, Xavier, and Brittany, to a degree. So he thinks the swing votes are either Tiffany and Claire or Ozza and Derek F. However, Ozza and Derek F are not telling... really, both sides aren't really telling Christian that they aren't going to keep him. But Tiffany is like kind of getting upset that Christian keeps coming. Like, okay, this is an overly complicated situation. The more I think of it, because like it also involves like Tiffany want to keep like Alyssa's trust and doesn't want to continue lying to Christian and Alyssa, but she doesn't want the blame to be put on her, so she wants I'm getting everything mixed up. She wants the Jokers to tell Christian that they are voting him out so that she doesn't get the blame on her. And that, yeah, I'm trying to, like, it's a lot to fucking remember this. It's a very complicated situation. But yeah, so she went to the Jokers to tell them to tell Christian that he's going home. To which they did not want to, and she got upset at them and called them liars, to the point where Ozza and Derek F got upset with her now. And then also, like, Kylan ended up doing some work last night, again, finally playing the game again, which took a while. But he finally did some effective work turning Ozza and Derek F against Tiffany, to where now Tiffany is in a bit more trickier of a spot. Again, she's still in probably the best position in the house overall. But it does seem like Derek F and Ozza are now willing to cut Tiffany if the situation comes. I don't think they're going to actively do it. Like, they're not going to win HOH and put her up, but they're willing to let her go if she is on the block already. And they have talked now about how they want to keep Tiffany in over Kylan, and they trust Kylan a lot more. And really, like, Kylan's stock has gone up a lot today, I feel like. Like, again, he did a lot of work last night, very good work, turning Ozza and Derek F against Tiffany. He also re-solidified his bond with Derek X, to where Derek X was talking to cameras about how he wants Kylan in the final 5. He also had, and now he's going to fight to keep Kylan in the game over Xavier. You also have him, now today, Tiffany has talked about how she trusts Kylan more than she trusts Ozza and Derek F. Which, by the way, this all led to a fight between Derek F and, Tiffany and Derek F and Ozza that happened earlier today. And like now their relationship's like really strained. Again, not to the point where they're going after each other, but enough to the point where they're not fully loyal to each other either. And what else is there? Yeah, like it's a lot to fucking remember in this situation. So I'm kind of forgetting exactly where I am in the story. But again, essentially, like, Tiffany's game is starting to slip a bit. She is being a bit messy.
Looks like they got the Executor and 2 Solarian bodyguards.
Again, she pissed off the Jokers to where they are not happy with her, and that is not a great position for her to be in. She did, again, the vote flip. Yeah, so she's trying to flip the vote at this point. She wants Christian to stay. She kind of realized that she really wants Christian to stay. Obviously, Christian is a number for her. Is this Kylan's first appearance? Kirhi's dead, right? Thane's alive, though, right? Oh, wait, we never talked to Thane! Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, no. The Solarian's about to die, I'm pretty sure.
Don't even think about it.
Wait, I want to see what happens here. I forgot. I didn't talk to Thane. I should have went to the hospital and talked to Thane. I completely forgot about that.
The other counselors are headed for a trap.
Which, if she ends up dying,
3 on 1, pal.
if Thane isn't there, and if Kirhi is dead, which Kirhi is dead, but I don't know if it counts if Thane's alive or not, if we never talked to him. I don't think, yeah, she fucking dies. Oh no. Well, fuck. I did not mean to do that, but fuck it. Who cares? Doesn't matter at this point. I fucked that up. That's my own fault. I was gonna save that for next stream series. Or whatever.
Shepard, the counselor. What the hell's going on up there?
An assassin.
Yeah, so yeah, Tiffany is trying to flip the vote. She thinks she has Claire, Xavier, and Alyssa. She just needs one more vote. The problem is I don't think she gets the other vote. Again, she's pissed off the Jokers to where they want to do pretty much anything against whatever Tiffany's doing. There's a chance she can get Hannah, I guess, but it's like I don't think Hannah's willing to go against what Derek X wants. And even then, even Claire is not like super into it from what I understand. So it's like, again, like I don't think she's getting the numbers anyway. I don't think this is a thing that's actually going to go through. But she is trying. And I might land as a Joe Anglem. Yeah, I think Emmett is. I think that's kind of a like gameplay wise. I think that's kind of where we could see Emmett going post merge. I think like especially with Simon gone now, it's like is Emmett like the biggest like clear physical threat? I think he is. Again, like I think Chelsea can win comp. Like if I were to guess, I would say Emmett, Chelsea, and like maybe Andrew are like the biggest comp threats left. But again, who the fuck's Andrew? So it's like, and who the fuck's Chelsea? Yeah, so like, yeah, maybe it is Emmett. Like I don't know. Yeah, I think Emmett definitely has potential to go on a comp run, but I don't think it's gonna. Again, like how many rounds does he have to get through? Like, there's no way he's getting to the end. What did Bob do to Crystal? Supposedly he was very handsy with a lot of the people on the bone. In a similar way to what Dan Spilo was doing, and no one. And like Crystal was like the only one to really like call him out on it at the time. But yeah, not really I guess it wasn't a big thing at that time. I don't know if it was like known at the time of the season. I don't know if it was like until after fact. But yeah, just like not great stuff with Bob. From what we've heard. Come on, die already. Okay. Alright, what else do we have? Any chance for Wei? I don't think so. I mean, like, I don't think she has zero chance, but I'm seeing her edit more as, like, this journey edit. Like, I think she's more so being shown, kind of in a similar light to what, like, a Suri would be, or, like, a Kathy Vavick O'Brien, or, like, any of these other, like, journey edits of these people that, like, develop over the course of the season, and that person typically doesn't ever win. Especially if it's a journey edit over the course of one season. Again, you have, like, a Cochran, who I guess technically has that, but it's, like, technically that was, like, a 2-season arc. Where, like, usually in, like, these sort of edits, where it's over the course of one season, they don't win. Again, you kind of have, like, a Mike White has a similar edit. You have... Oh, okay. Do I not die? Okay, fine. You have David Wright had a very similar edit. Again, that's kind of what I'm getting from Wei. I don't think she wins, but it's not like 0% chance. But I do feel like this week was pretty bad for her, where she gets... I don't think she got a single confessional the entire week. And, like, again, like, if she was the winner, like, wouldn't they want to show her, like, at least, like, her thoughts on the Simon move and everything? I don't know. I'm not feeling great about Wei. Okay. But then, to be fair, I mean, like, Haley had the same thing with, and then that's one of my bigger announcements. Haley's edit is the Mitch vote, where, like, she was very clearly the swing vote, yet she gets none of the content about, like, she literally gets 0 confessionals that episode. Like, she's not even really in the episode. It's like, it's kind of insane. But, again, the rest of her ad's been so strong that I think that can be overlooked to a degree, but I think that is something to point out with Haley.
They sealed it behind them.
Carr bringing up a split vote at Tribal. Yeah, I wonder if like Kara is like. I mean, but then didn't they split the? Wait, I forgot. Like, yeah, they split the vote again, right? At the Rachel vote. Um, I mean, I guess they're not scared of splitting the vote with Kara, but I feel like if I'm on a tribe with Kara, it's like there's no fucking way I'm splitting the vote or like putting any trust in Kara's vote to be the deciding factor in a split vote. It's still hilarious that's a thing that happened. Is that Kara like accidentally voted for Laura, which caused Big D to go home.
I'm at Shelmar Plaza.
Which again, like as a TV character, like even though again, like questionable beliefs outside of the game, but as a TV character, I really did love Big D. Again, Big D from Australian Survivor, not Big D from I mean, to be fair, I like Big D on Big Brother 23 as a character also, but I don't know. I'm to be honest, like they were both kind of similar figures, just that Big D was more active. Like fuck, they're both Big D. The fact that Australian Survivor Big D was more active. Where they're both like there kind of just to cause chaos, it seems like. They're both there like very much with the mindset of like just trying to stir things up. Big D from Australian Survivor ended up doing more. Which, by the way, I find it so funny how much of a joke Big D is. Big D, fuck him off. Big Brother 23 Big D is. Where it's like the people in the house are like actively making fun of his game. Like he has like 0% chance of winning the game. I think like again, obviously this Saturday will be my mid-season power ranking for Big Brother. I don't know what to do with Big D at this point. Where it's like, should Big D be at the bottom? He's like technically, I think Big D has the like smallest chance of winning the game. Like I see 0% chance Big D wins the game, but I think there's a big chance that Big D gets the final two. And yeah, I mean, I think that's like. So like, let's say the next HOH is, I don't know, like Kyland, and he's going for Alyssa or something. Like essentially, like the next HOH is like one where we know who the clear target is. Like would Alyssa be at the bottom at that point, or is Big D at the bottom? Because like Alyssa, if she gets to the end, I think there's a chance she wins. It's just that there's almost no chance that she gets to the end. While like Big D, it's like he's more than likely going to get to the end, but there's almost no chance that he even gets he gets the win anyway. So it's like I don't. We're gonna have to think about how to assess Big D's game. I feel like before I do that video. Do I not have to shoot that? Okay, fine.
Shepard, bad news.
Is there any other kind?
Yeah, Kara's the idiot that played the idol on George and got herself voted out.
I'll handle it.
Mind you, again, like when I say idiot, it's more so like obviously it's from a game standpoint. Like technically she knew what she was doing, like she knew she was voting herself out. Like it's not like she like made like an Eric move where Eric gave up immunity and didn't know he was getting voted out. Like Kara knew she was getting voted out by giving up immunity. It's just that she was fine with it. But it's still like, yeah, it's still bad, especially when assessing someone's game.
That was a person.
Get down!
Yeah, Christian should not have been making out with Alyssa all the time. Again, like Christian getting rid of Whitney was a pretty bad move. Like no matter like how you look at that move, like it's still a pretty bad move. Like even if you say like, oh, he shouldn't have gone for Derek X, he should have built bonds with Derek X. Like even for like struggling to find out like who the target is, like getting rid of Whitney was like a pretty bad situation where like Whitney was one of the few people outside of the core power structure that was like willing to work with Alyssa and Christian. So they really just got rid of like one of their only life rafts. Fuck you, kid, we're gonna kill you.
Aiden, you better listen. Stand down.
Dude, I shouldn't be doing this because like I'm gonna be doing this. Yeah, fuck this. We're gonna be doing this again in my kill everyone playthrough, but fuck it, we're gonna do it now anyway.
My evidence suggests otherwise.
Observe. Here is Counselor
I did see that Whitney is
Here is
getting
Commander
some
Shepard pulling the trigger.
like getting in some trouble, I guess, like based on like stuff she's liking on Instagram and everything, or like on Twitter. I don't even know which one, whatever. But I know Whitney has been making some news on Twitter, which I found interesting.
What Shepard says is possible. Unlikely, but possible.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Like the entire Christie situation is hilarious, by the way. Where like Christie, obviously the person that was supposed to be on BB-23 but didn't get on because she got a positive COVID test. Like she's been like kind of interjecting herself into everything, and essentially like yesterday they did it like some sort of Instagram live or something like that. I don't know exactly what it was. Oh no, we killed Caden. What a shame. Yeah, they did some sort of Instagram live of all the former players, and like Christie was there, which is just fucking weird. Again, funny how like Christie's still charging like $75 for her cameo and everything. Like it is hilarious. A lot of stuff going on with Christie. Whereas again, it's cheaper to get a cameo from Frenchie than it is from Christie.
You stood up for the wrong man.
Yeah, fuck you, Caden.
Better than killing the wrong man.
No, I killed the right man. Oh, he doesn't say like go to hell or anything like that. Ah, we'll try to get that next time.
I'll cover you if they get through the door.
Can you tell me the story of Zach and Jocasta? Like, what story is that? Yeah, like, what is the story between Zach and Jocasta?
Did as fast as we could, Shepard. Looks like you took care of things.
Then it's true. We were in danger. But I don't understand. You said Cerberus was right.
Prediction is that Haley will cut George at the end. Maybe. I don't know if George, like, I don't know. I don't know if my prediction is that George gets that far. Like, I would say that my guess would be George's, like, final 5, final 6 boot. That's kind of what I would guess. But if he gets that far, and yeah, I mean, yeah, I think Haley's not going to the end with George. Like, 0% chance that's happening.
Too bad it took this to get you on board. We will not make that same mistake again.
But yeah, I think more than likely, I think if we're having, I don't know if we're having Final 2 or Final 3. I don't know if that's been confirmed. I know they were trying to get a Final 3 for All Stars, and were kind of screwed over by Lee's medevac, or Lee's whatever, not medevac, but whatever it was. So like here, I don't know if they're going for Final 2 or Final 3, but I'm expecting Haley and Baden at the end, whether it's a Final 2 or Final 3. Like I think that's what we're being set up for. From an edit standpoint. Again, like something that really propped up Baden for me this week was that he was one of the few people that was able to talk about his family during the family letters or whatever. So again, that's a really good sign for Baden in my eyes. I've always thought he had like it was an interesting edit where like he's always being kind of, he's not being shown like dismissing George. Like that's something that like where George, like early on the Brains Tribe, like almost everyone gets to talk about how much they don't like George, while like Baden never gets that point. Like yeah, he talks about like George is like kind of a weird guy, but it's like he never actually like undermines George, and like George is someone that in the edit is shown to be correct with a lot of his observations.
These are tunnels, right?
So like I feel like that's a good sign for Baden.
No, that keeper.
I don't know if it's a winning edit at the end of the day, but I do feel like I expect Baden at the end, whether or not he wins. I don't think he I don't think he wins. Like he very much feels like a goat to me. He feels like the type of person that would get to the end and get 0 votes, but we'll see.
We'll make a mistake.
I hope I'm there when it happens. We lost a lot of good people today. Speaking of, I need to go check in some wounds.
Yeah, I would definitely not call George on the level of like Netta or Vanessa either. Definitely not a apt comparison there. Again, like George is like he's essentially Danny Hayes from BBAU. Like he's essentially that, like he's like a younger version of him. Like they're very similar characters. What am I doing right now? So that was the Citadel 2. So what, we got the, oh, do we not have the... Okay, well, either way, I'm pretty sure we're about to get it then, right?
Spectre status recognized. Please select an
Get the, Quarian set of missions. The round where everyone thought Zach was going home, but Jocasta went home instead. I mean, that was like a fun round because like that changed like literally the final, like the night before the eviction. Because essentially what was going on was that Nicole and Hayden had a Final Four deal with Cody and Derek, and the again, the plan was to get rid of Zach as like this massive wild card. I don't know why the fuck I just like mispronounced that. But yeah, the plan was to get rid of Zach as this massive wild card for both groups. However, Zach was someone that was much closer to Derek and Cody, and was someone that was targeting Hayden and Nicole. And then what ended up happening is that I believe they talked to Caleb, who at that point was like one of the only people still thinking that the bomb squad was still a thing. But through their conversation with him, like they realized that, yeah, why are we getting rid of a number for us? Like, why are we getting rid of this guy that's gonna help us get rid of our biggest threats in the game, who are Nicole and Hayden at this point? So yeah, they just flipped the vote at the last second. They went to Christy, and it's also another element of this is that Nicole and Hayden had flipped Derek and Cody on Christine and Frankie, and they ended up reconciling with Christine and Frankie, ratted out Nicole and Hayden to them, got them to agree to keep Zach. Yeah, like it's just a lot of like last second maneuvering the night of.
Scared. Enough to send help? Yes, the Asari are throwing in their support, and the Solarians are completely on board now.
How's your progress on the Crucible?
Yeah, it is, like, the Kara situation's fine. I mean, to be fair to Kara, though, it's like, they did change the plan. Like, that they were going to vote for Laura at a point, and then, I forgot who, was it Emmett that told them, no, let's vote for Georgia instead? So it's like, I mean, like, technically Laura was the plan at one point, but, yeah, again, like, she was there when they changed the plan, so it's like, yeah, the fact that she didn't, get the memo, it's just kind of funny. What has Big D done in Big Brother? Not that much. I mean, he's kind of just there. I mean, like, he's really, like, just not, like, he's spending a lot of his time just talking to Azza and, like, kind of just, like, bashing on other people. Azza right now, he's complaining a lot about Tiffany. Like, he is genuinely, like, well-liked in the house, though. Like, he is not, like, he's one of these people that, like, is very well-liked, but doesn't have any respect. Like, it's one of these things where it's, like, again, like, people talk about how, with Big Brother Survivor, it's like whoever wins is the person who's the most liked. Like, that's not correct at all. Like, whoever wins is the person that is the most respected. Which, likability plays a factor into respect, but isn't always the determining factor. I think Big D's kind of a major example of that. Again, everyone likes Big D. They find him funny. Like, they find him likable. It's just that, again, they just don't respect the game that he's playing.
Shepard, I know this may not be the time, but I have something. A contact within a
Oh, thank you, Agent Twitcher. 50 bits.
Something they can't handle?
From what I can tell,
Yeah, let's see. Almost caught up on chat here, though.
None of them returned. They didn't.
Is Sandra Diaz flying cheap? Yeah, I didn't even think about it. Yeah, there's probably a whole bunch of, like, Survivor players I would rather get a cameo from than Christy. Like, who is getting a cameo from Christy? Like, even, like, casual people that have, like, that are just watching the TV show, like, they don't know who the fuck Christy is. It's like, why is anyone getting a... Oh, there's the mission. But yeah, why is anyone getting a cameo from Christy? Especially when, like, obviously there's billion better options. Yeah, George is not respected by anyone but Kara. Like, even then, like, I don't know if George votes for Kara at the end. Like, especially if it's like Kara versus Haley. Like, I feel like he's gonna respect the game in that situation. Like maybe if it's like Kara or Baden, yeah, he probably goes for Kara. Like if it's Kara or like someone that didn't play like an overtly strategic game, then yeah, he probably goes for Kara. But I think if it's like a situation where like there's someone there to really respect, I feel like he's not going to go and vote for Kara over them. Then again, I don't expect Kara to get to the end anyway. Other than there's like 0% chance. Like there's definitely a chance she's dragged along as a goat, but I'm not really expecting her to get there. What is this mission over here? Oh, this is the Samara mission, right? I guess we'll see. Who do I want a cameo from? I don't know who I want a cameo from. Oh wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I forgot about the not Templar awareness. Oh my god, fucking Assassin's Creed's really scarred me. But Reaper awareness. I hate this system so much. It's so annoying. I did complete every fucking thing in my last Mass Effect playthrough. Yeah, yeah. Who would be funny? Like, who would be a funny person to get a cameo from? I'm trying to think. And to be honest, Frenchie's probably up there. By the way, like I find it so funny too how you see like there was this clip posted on I forgot if it was Reddit or Twitter, but during the Instagram live that Frenchie did with like everyone else, it's like someone like Sarah Beth Stan got on there and like tricked them into thinking that he was Whitney, and like got on there and like obviously like started like making fun of them and everything. And it's like you can see like Brent is just like having fun with it, like he's like thinking this is hilarious, but then you see Frenchie being like super dead serious. I just find that funny that I think Frenchie just takes himself a bit too seriously. Is this even worth it? Like what? I'm fucking, who cares, I guess. Again, yes, we have a lower recharge speed, but who really cares? Should you DM Frenchie again? Probably. Oh no. I mean, I guess it matters what you have to say to Frenchie.
And I now understand why High Command wanted to hide it. We're headed to an Ardat Yakshi monastery.
Maybe not.
Ardat Yakshi. Like Morin?
I don't know. I mean, yeah. What do you have to say to Frenchie? I guess it really matters on that. Hear Karen's story? I mean, sure. Yeah, why are you so obsessed with Karens? I feel like you talk about Karens every stream.
Their urge to feed can be powerful.
Yeah, maybe,
That's why High Command sent in commandos to
wait, did her hair just glitch out? I'm pretty sure it did, right? What should you tell Frenchie? That's what I'm saying. It's like, what is there to say to Frenchie? It's like, what? Like, I feel like at this point, it's like, I don't really care what Frenchie has to say. Realistically. It's like, I think Frenchie is, kind of delusional still, from what the sense I get. I think he takes himself way too seriously. I mean, that would be, I feel like more apt if he was obsessed about Karen from BB5, or like Karen from Survivor Palau. What other Karens have there been? I don't feel like there are that many Karens on Survivor Big Brother, right?
Find out soon enough.
I mean, again, that's typically what a Karen would do, though, right? It's like, I feel like that's, yeah, not surprising that a Karen would blame you for something out of your control.
Elevator disabled. To prevent entry or escape, I wonder.
You should ask him if his refrigerator is running. Okay. I guess. Oh, yeah, Karen. I forgot about Karen from BB Can 5. Which is funny considering she's probably the best Karen of the bunch in terms of, and probably the most notable one of the bunch. I mean, technically, Karen BB5 is the best player of the bunch, but.
There's more than one out there.
But yeah, this is a Samara mission, right? I might be wrong on that. But hopefully I'm not. Because then I'm doing this for, like, no reason. Going here.
I heard something.
That was me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You love Frenchie? I don't know if I would like. I don't know if that maybe that's probably not the best thing to be saying. I like Frenchie as a character, but I think for me, that's pretty much all I see him as a character. Not someone I think I would get along with in real life. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure like if you say anything to him, like he just responds with like "follow your dreams," right? Isn't that a thing? Because I'm pretty sure you mentioned that before, and I'm pretty sure like I've heard that like since then. That like everything he like whenever he like DMs someone or like any like message he sends to someone, he like ends it with like "follow your dreams," which I kind of find funny. Because obviously it worked out very well for him.
Reapers. Let's get to the Great Hall and set off that bomb.
Oh, okay, I'm scrolling back a bit. What would happen if Janelle versus Maggie Final 2? Janelle versus Maggie Final 2, it matters how it happens, but if, like, Janelle wins Final HOH and takes Maggie, then Maggie wins. Because at that point, Maggie would have April, Yvette, Bo, and Jennifer. So she wins 4-3. And even then, like, I mean, yeah, she probably wins 4-3. I don't think James is voting for Maggie in that situation. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. If Maggie wins Final HOH and takes Janelle, I think it could lead to a different outcome. Because, like, obviously Yvette could be bitter at that point. Like, April and Jennifer could be upset that she betrayed the friendship. Though I don't think they would be. I think it's mainly Yvette and Yvette and Bo, I guess, would be the ones that are the question marks in that situation.
It has been some time, Shepard. You are a most welcome sight.
Do I remember the sock puppets from PB10? Yeah, I mean, I do. I don't know what's, like, super notable about them. Where, you're talking about Brian, right? Oh, by the way, that's such a bizarre sequence, too, on the show, where, like, just kind of out of nowhere, because I don't know how this really played out, because, like, I didn't watch live feeds, but, for BB10. Really, I didn't watch BB10 at the time at all, but, again, like, on the show, they were trying to show, like, Steven and Angie are getting targeted now, because they're friends of Brian, because they, like, were part of his, like, sock puppet show thing that he did. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what a weird fucking segment on the show. And, like, they even show it in the, like, recap they do in the finale, back when Big Brother used to do those season recaps, which I really wish they still did. Like, I love those. I don't remember when they stopped. I think it was, like, BB14. But they used to, like, literally run through the season from beginning to end. And, like, Survivor used to do the same thing, too, for earlier seasons. But they just don't do that anymore. And, like, I get why. It does waste time, and, like, not everyone needs it. But, like, I do think it's fun to see those. But, yeah, with,
This fight didn't last long by the look of
with the recap, like, they even show that scene again, showing, like, Brian has, like, Brian's friends get targeted, which isn't even the case, really. Like, yeah, I mean, Steven gets targeted, partially due to, like, his association with Brian. Like, he's left outside the power structure because he's associated with Brian. But then, like, Angie gets targeted for, like, completely different reasons. Like, Angie gets, again, does not get targeted because, like, her association with Brian. But it's funny that, like, the recap portrayed it that way. And, like, the show was, like, showing, like, oh my god, Angie's such great friends with Brian because they were in the sock puppet show together. I also find it's just funny in general, too, that, like, that was their demonstration of him, like, trying to campaign, was him doing a sock puppet show. Yeah, BB Can still does those recaps. So that's nice to see. But BB Can in general, like, has, like, ridiculously long finales that they need to, like, really fill up time for. So, not surprising that they do it. Okay. What the fuck just happened there?
And Asari, what have the Reapers done?
But yeah, let's see. he had a duck ball competition. That was weird. Like, it's still like a weird, like 100%. I think that Big Brother US would not do nowadays. I guess it's not out of the realm possibility. I guess, but it very much feels like an old school Big Brother thing to
As soon as I
be
was
tossing like these
Shepard,
like toy ducks or these rubber ducks into
she and her sister Rila are Ardat Yakshi. They have been
what was it? They were throwing it into like pontoons or something, right?
I saw some of
I don't even remember the exact competition, but I remember like that was the one that David Lane won, right?
What are the Reapers doing here?
Or is that the one that David Lane needed to win? I think he won that one, right? I remember, like, whenever I think of that competition, I think of David Lane. But I don't remember exactly why I think of David Lane. Whatever.
You can't let that happen to Rila.
Paul did a puppet show for Eagle. Yeah, didn't he get he got the that one unitard, right? Or not unitard, but one costume that involved like or no, was that him, or was it him messing around with Corey? Yeah, I don't even remember anymore. Yeah, I remember BB-18 did have like this eagle puppet thing.
No, you came to destroy us.
You saw a video of Ollie and April having sex. That's not surprising. Again, like I'm pretty sure that's very well known.
the Great Hall.
Yeah, David Lane did win that. Yeah, and he didn't use that on Michelle. Okay. Yeah, I remember it was like I associated with David Lane. I just don't remember if that was like the veto during the week that he went home, or that was the veto that he won, which was the week before he went home. How's Steven as a player? Not great. I don't think I think he's someone that like could have potentially done well, but he never really found his footing in BB10. I'm going the wrong way. I don't know why I went that way. But he had some good relationships in the house, and just was kind of left out with the initial power structure and never really recovered after that. I mean, like, if I'm doing a BB10 player ranking, he's probably at the bottom, I would think, right? Yeah, I think he is probably at the bottom, but it's like, it's not really not really because he's that bad. I just think that cast doesn't really have like an overly bad player. Yeah, Corey had the Patriot Heart. That's why I remember, like, is that the one that came along with the Eagle? Like, I feel like it did, right? What the fuck was that? Okay, well, this is not good. I would personally have Steven below Brian. Because, like, while Brian's game does, like, blow up, and it blows up largely due to his own fault, it's like he at least did have a lot of agency within the game. He did control the initial nominations. He was the one that went to Jerry and told him what to do, and Jerry did execute on that. And he did have a lot of influence over Jerry until the point where, like, the entire house pretty much had to gang up to turn Jerry against him, and even then Jerry wasn't fully convinced to do it. It's like, I think, for me, Brian has more high points than Steven does. And even though, like, he definitely has more low points as well, I still think those high points are enough to put him higher than Steven for me. Who would be... I mean, like, Dan Memphis, Keisha, top 3. Is Michelle 4? I'm probably. Yeah, I'm trying. Like, I'm actually thinking about this now. I never thought about this. Like, yeah, is it Jerry? Like, again, this is something that I fully do not know. Does Jerry win a jury vote? Like, that's something that, again, like, I've talked about this in the past. Like, there's a lot of, like, jury scenarios from older school Big Brother that I don't fully know how those play out. Like, does Jerry win against Memphis? Like, does Jerry win against, like, Rennie? Like, because I feel like that would be, like, if he does, then yeah, I think he's number 5. If he doesn't, then I don't know who the fuck number 5 is. I mean, dude, it's probably, like, Libra or April. Probably, I don't know, is it Libra? Dude, even then, like, I would possibly put Libra and April above Michelle. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Like, I think Libra and April had a lot more control in the earlier portions of the game. I mean, I guess Libra would probably be above April. Like, even though April ends up outlasting Libra, that was largely due to how the comps played out. I don't know. I mean, like, it's pretty close, I feel like, between the two. It's really just splitting hairs.
Rila, wake up. Valea. Rila?
There we go.
Rila, can you hear me?
Yeah, it is Dan, Memphis, Keisha, though, top 3. Like, in that order. Maybe some debate over Keisha versus Memphis. But then again, was Keisha winning during a vote? Like, I don't think Keisha wins. I mean, Keisha doesn't win against Dan. Does Keisha win against Memphis? Probably, right? But, like, even then, it's like there was definitely not like certain jury members did not like Keisha, obviously, like Michelle and April, and through that probably Ollie. I don't think they were super apt to be voting for Keisha.
Later.
See, like, the problem I have with Michelle is that I feel like that grouping of her, Ollie, April was one that was kind of made out of convenience. Like, I don't feel like that grouping was really that solid until the Jesse blindside. And, like, once Jesse was taken out, then, like, they were kind of forced to work together. I don't think that was anything that, like, I don't think she actively did that much to actually get that group together. She also had, like, very little control earlier on in the game. Not little control, but it's like she wasn't she wasn't as big of decision makers as Libra and April were. I do think her winning potential was definitely higher than probably April and possibly Libra. But I feel like she was less active in those, which is why I like question where she should be. Yeah, I don't think Rennie was winning in most scenarios. Yeah, World Ends of Fuse pretty good. Again, like, I want to play it. It's just that it's like, I feel weird playing it when I haven't played the original. So I don't know why I should do it. Should I watch a Let's Play of the original?
Just go.
Or should I, like, try to get it on PC? Maybe, like, maybe wait until I get a Switch and then play the Switch version? I don't know. Maybe try to find a DS version? I don't know how much the DS version is at this point. I would be surprised if it's not somewhat expensive. Yeah, so I don't know. I definitely want to play the sequel, though, at some point. Yeah, oh yeah, since I last streamed, I did finish Nier Automata. That was something. I'm very high on it. After the replay, it's probably... like, it's definitely top 10 game of the generation at this point, for sure. I haven't really locked down its exact placement. I'm thinking, like, for me, it's either number 10 or it's number 7, which, like, kind of sounds weird, but it's like, I feel like it's either, like, it's essentially, like, is it better or worse than Final Fantasy VII Remake? That's really kind of my question. Because I can see the argument for both, and I really don't know where I'm going to land. Because if it's better than 7 Remake, I think it's better than Origins, Assassin's Creed Origins, which is merely that high based off of, I don't know if nostalgia is the right word, but more so like more so what the game means to me, more so than the actual like quality of the game. So like I feel like if it's above Final Fantasy 7 Remake, then like I'm fine with putting it above Origins. Who cares? But also I don't feel, but for some reason I don't feel comfortable playing Final Fantasy 7 Remake above Origin. It's kind of a weird situation. But either way, like I'm debating on where I want to put Automata, but it's going to be top 10. Dolphin Emulator has old Nintendo games. Yeah, I never end up playing or using the Dolphin Emulator. Isn't it for GameCube games? I'm pretty sure that's like a thing. But yeah, I don't know for sure. Have I played Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury? No, I haven't. Okay, I don't own a Switch. I have played. I'm trying to think. What was the one I played? 3D Land, right? That's the one on 3DS. But yeah, I've not played 3D World. We're gonna have to let Samara kill herself. Fuck me. Whatever. What I say, it's near the top of my list. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm definitely glad I played Replicant first. I do think it allowed me to have like a greater context on the series as a whole, where like either way, Automata was going to be higher on the list than where I already placed it. Like I think no matter, even if I didn't play Replicant right beforehand, I would have just remembered how much respect I had for the game, because that's a lot of the reason why I didn't have it as high on my initial list. It's just because it's been a while since I played it. It's been over 3 years since the last time I played it, and like my memories of the game have kind of faded, and like to be honest, a lot of what I remembered from the game were things that annoyed me from the game, and I didn't really get that annoyed by those things on the replay. Fuck. That was me being an idiot. Okay, I got it anyway. I put down the controller and like because but I still hit it. I got it. Yeah, I again, like during this series, like during this like me playing the 2 games back to back, I ended up like watching a whole bunch of YouTube videos on Nier and all that sort of stuff, and I feel like just my overall respect for the series definitely went up.
Commander, I'm pleased to hear the Yakshi situation has been put to rest.
Should I guess you're our contact inside Asari
Okay.
High Command, Counselor?
I'm merely here to convey the gratitude of the Asari.
So where are we at main story wise? We're still before the Quarians, right? Again, I want to try to make this the penultimate stream for Mass Effect 3, which by the way I will be streaming tomorrow. Again, my work schedule's still a bit different, so it's like it allows me to kind of find time to stream tomorrow. Again, hopefully I can get South Africa and Big Brother watched in time. I do need to still prep my mid-season power ranking, which again I'll have to record and then edit over the course of Friday, but everything should be fine. I should be able to stream tomorrow. I can't guarantee I'll stream super early, but I'll more than likely stream for sure tomorrow. Which again, like if we can get to a position where we can finish Mass Effect 3, that would be ideal. I kind of want to wrap this game up. Because we've been playing it for a while, and then again, immediately after this, we'll be doing another replay of Mass Effect. But we'll kill everyone, and that'll go a lot quicker, and then we can finally move on from Mass Effect to play Mass Effect Andromeda. And after Mass Effect Andromeda, we can finally move on from Mass Effect. But yeah, I just want to get kind of these like other playthroughs that I've been doing out of the way, or that I want to do out of the way. So what are we doing? I'm trying to think, like, is there anything worth doing here in terms of talking to people? Javik and Garrus are there. I feel like maybe we can talk to them. Yeah, let's talk to Javik and Garrus, see what they're doing. Yeah, alright. Again, I haven't looked at chat in a while, so, what we got here? Long story short, win equity is a huge factor in my own rankings. I mean, it is in mine too, to a degree. I mean, like, it matters what ranking, I guess, if we're talking about, Wait, oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say, like, Tali's off the board, but no, she's still there. Yeah, why the fuck, like, I guess, like, maybe we did get the glitch where Tali, died in our playthrough even though she survived Mass Effect 2, which is really weird, but whatever, I guess. Where are they again? They're over here. Yeah, I mean, like, win equity, like, when I'm assessing them as a, like, when I'm assessing their game, I feel like win equity is very important. When I'm assessing them as a player, I don't think it's as important. Like, it is still important. It is definitely an element that I factor in. And, yeah, strategic agency is definitely a thing that is very important to me. Yeah, I think, actually, yeah, I think that's exactly the way I think of it. Where it's like, yeah, likelihood of them winning at the end breaks ties, I feel like.
Samara was the kind of soldier.
The problem is, like, actually getting the accurate read on who would have won at the end, which I do think is kind of tough at points. Largely due to there being a lot of wonky information that led to nothing. I forget, like, I was hoping it was going to be some sort of confrontation, but now I think about it, I don't think there is any confrontations between it. Oh fuck, this is the first time we're even going to Liara's thing, and it's like over halfway through the game. Yeah, like, I don't get why the ship section in not Automata, Replicant was there. Like, I really like it, like, especially through playthrough B. It's like, I really loved a lot of what they did there. With, like, the, like, adding in the context of Luis and, like, her, like, being the shade that just wants to be humans. Like, it's all, like, a really tragic backstory. And I really did love, like, a lot of what they did there. The problem is, it's, like, it's pointless, though. Like, it is kind of pointless to the main story. Like, it would be cool if it was a side quest or something, but, like, it kind of breaks up the pacing of the overall game by adding it there. But, again, it is a really cool section. Yeah, it's weird too, because, like, I believe, from what I understand with Nier, I believe when the original game came out, they created this book that had a whole bunch of, like, extra short stories in it, and, like, this was one of those short stories. Like, I don't know what compelled them to, like, say, like, oh, this is the one we need to make, like, that we need to put in the game. Like, that always felt kind of weird to me. But whatever. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, it's. I didn't like that they forced you to replay. Like, I guess, like, again, but if they didn't force you to replay, you wouldn't see all the contacts and play through B. But still, yeah, it is a really great section, though. Alyssa's cute. You want to meet her? I mean, I don't know. You know, I said this before. Like, Alyssa doesn't really do it for me. Not really my type. Oh yeah, for me, like, I would definitely put Enzo above Memphis, but to me, it's not really even, like, close. Like, I would put Enzo way above Memphis from BB22. But yeah, Enzo would beat Memphis in the end, I think. Actually, no. Actually, no, Memphis. Well, actually, I don't know. It's, again, I think that's a wonky situation. The jury had a lot more respect for Memphis's game, but liked Enzo more. So I don't know. I don't know how it plays out. Like, I think if we're looking at strict jury votes, I think again, like, Ian is up for grabs. Devon, I think Devon, Kevin, and David all go Enzo. And then I think Tyler goes Enzo. And then it's like, at that point, it's like, where, I mean, yeah, probably Enzo does win. But it's not secure, though. I think there's definitely some wonky votes there, but yeah, because like Cody probably leans Enzo. But I do think generally they seem to have respect for Memphis's game, but they just didn't particularly like him. So I don't know. Where am I going right now? Are we doing the Quarian mission? Yeah, I'm not gonna bother doing this. Don't care enough. Oh, yeah, when does Rex kill us? Like, try to kill us? Like, do we have to do the bomb mission for that to happen? Because I think we might have to do the bomb mission, just not ever actually, fix it. So let's just do it. Fuck it, we'll do it. I guess. Yeah, like Memphis for sure gets Christmas. You feel Kevin leans that way? I don't know. Like, I don't fully remember. I feel like Kevin. I don't know. Yeah, it's a wonky situation. I don't think it for sure goes either way, but I would put the odds on Enzo. Let's do this. Which BB chick would I want to meet? I mean, realistically, probably none. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't actually want to date anyone from that was on a reality show that I've watched. I feel like that should be really fucking weird. Let's do that. Let's take off the scope here because I really don't like the scope on weapons in this game. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We're good. Are we killing Eve? We already killed. Oh yeah, I forgot you missed the end of last stream. Yeah, Eve's already dead. Yeah, she died along the way, and we killed Morden. So yeah, you missed the big events. Technically, everyone missed the big events because I'm pretty sure literally no one was here by that point. But yeah, yeah, we killed a whole bunch of people.
Try to raise him.
Praetorian Commander, what happened here is, let's just say the Turian Code is not forgiving.
I mean, Victoria Baymonde is like,
bad for the Primarch. Promoting
I mean, I'll be interested. I mean, don't live anywhere close to her, but
I have to land well back from the main crash site.
That the best you can do?
Yes, ma'am. The Reapers seem unaware of our presence. You might get the jump on them.
All right, set her down.
it's still not something I'm actively striving for. Yeah, like even from this season, like I feel like the more and more time goes on, the more and more I find Sarah Beth really attractive.
Yes. The connection is bad. Patch me in. This is Commander Shepard, Alliance Navy. Do you read?
This is Lieutenant Tarquin Victus of the 9th Platoon. We're pinned by Reaper harvesters and taking heavy casualties.
Monster, why? Not the gingers. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've been into gingers. I always like redheads. I never dated a redhead or anything though. Never even came close. Like, to be honest, I'm trying to think. Like, I don't think I even know that many redhead. Like, I don't think I've even met that many redheads. Like, I have a coworker that's a redhead, but like outside of that, it's like I don't feel like.
Nothing has come up through any of
Yeah, I
my
don't think I've even really interacted with many redheads. I just feel like Kevin's deal with Enzo, they didn't want to target each other, wasn't genuine. Along that, well, I think Kevin was very much a proponent of respecting game. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I think he definitely liked Enzo more. But yeah, I mean, I could see Kevin being one that goes game over personal. But I think when you have like his best friend in the jury being David, and David being someone that would have probably been very pro Enzo in that situation, I do feel like it kind of leans Enzo in my eyes, but yeah, it could go either way.
the explosion and then pulled out.
Yeah, I think like completely unfettered. I do feel like probably he leans. He would probably lean Memphis, but I don't know if it really
Surprise on our
goes that way.
side for once.
You never looked at Victoria Baymonde that way? I mean, how do you not? I love her last name, by the way. I love her. Again, it's just so much fun to say, Baymonde. It's like the same thing with like Daniel De Lorenzo. I just love saying Daniel De Lorenzo. But like even at the time of the season, like I always, like I thought Edge of Extinction. I think Edge of Extinction has one of the more attractive casts. I mean, it's mainly like Lorne O'Connell and Victoria, but even like Kelly Wentworth's in there. So okay, that was bright as fuck.
Thank you. Don't stop for us. We'll head for the main crash site. There's another pod ahead.
Yeah, Brent Champagne's also a great name to say.
Save them all. Excellent work.
Yeah, Daniel De Lorenzo's fine. It never really was my thing, but she's fine.
We need to find the main crash site ASAP.
Being the son of Adrian Victus is a lot to live
Oh yeah, Aurora is also
It's a big
pretty
military
attractive
battle.
too.
War's expected to run in the Victus blood.
Children shouldn't be burdened.
Aurora is actually like decently old, right? I'm not old, but like she's like 35 or something, right? I feel like that's something that always like kind of surprised me. Yeah, she's like a lawyer and everything, right?
Looks like we got the jump.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, I wonder who #1 is for Bryce. I don't know who that would be. I feel like Edge of Extinction. I feel like if it's not Victoria, then it's like, I mean, who else is there?
Heads up! Harvester incoming!
Oh, Calafiore is also really great to say, yeah. But I feel like it's one that, like, maybe Cody Calafiore is, like, better, but, like, I don't know if it really, like, because I was thinking of, like, Paulie Calafiore. Like, Paulie Calafiore doesn't really sound like a name that really blends together super well. Like, Cody Calafiore sounds better, but even then, like, I don't think it's as fun to say as, like, some of the other ones. What do I think of Aurora as a player? She's... eh?
I think we saved all those men.
Okay, my headset's like about to fall off my head. Let's try to fix that. But yeah, like Aurora, I'm trying to think, like, probably middle of the pack for Edge of Extinction. Like she's someone that I think had a chance at winning a jury vote. She got to the end, but she kind of like
Shepard here. What's your status?
she kind of won too many competitions that made her a big target. She like made her target, like I think made her more of a target than she actually was, because yeah, like by the way that like people looked at her, like it made it seem like she was like a very clear person to win a jury vote, where I don't feel like that's actually the case. Like I think she could win, but I don't think it's like a for sure thing where it's like she's the biggest threat in the game, sort of thing. I do feel like she was a bit passive in the game. She was someone that, like, early on, like, she was outside of the majority. She aligned with Joe and Aubrey. Yeah, I mean, like, overall, like, not super positive on her game as a whole, but, like, in the grand scheme of things, like, she's not a terrible player, but probably just, like, replacement level. Was there a time where you narrowly passed up the winner for runner-up in preseason power ranking? So you're saying that, like, where, like, my top two were, like, the winner and the runner-up, and I ended up going with the runner-up? I don't know. I don't think so. Like, I think the closest would probably be, like, BB20. With Tyler. I'm trying to think, like, who have I picked? Who have been my winner picks that have been runner-up? Like, I'm trying to think. I know Tyler, but I don't think I was, like, particularly close to picking Casey in the preseason. just I don't even remember who was even like who's the. I mean, like Casey was probably like if I were to guess, I would say Casey was probably like if I were to do power rankings preseason of BB20, like she was probably like 4 or 5 on the list. Like she was in contention, but like not really anywhere close to actually being my pick. Again, Tyler for me was just a very clear number 1 at the time. At 19 I got Josh. I didn't pick Holly for 21. Was it 18? I picked Nicole, so it doesn't matter. What the fuck is going on? Why wouldn't it let me cover? Thank you. Oh, I didn't even see that one there. I didn't pick Liz. I didn't pick Cody. So, I mean, like, there aren't really many... Well, I guess this is only Big Brother. But, I'm trying to think of, like, BB Can. I don't think I ever picked a runner-up for BB Can. Yeah, I didn't pick Brayden. I didn't pick Anthony. I didn't pick Kayla. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've picked more winners than I have runners-up.
And I need them to work together, so let's not complicate things.
I'm even thinking Survivor. I don't even think it's even... Like, have I even picked a runner-up for Survivor? I don't even think I have. So yeah, I don't think there are, like, many situations where that actually ends up happening for me. Yeah, I picked Wendell for Ghost Island. Again, these are, like, the winner picks that I've gotten right. Well, we got Cody from BB22 somehow. Got Josh from BB19 somehow. We got Nicole Franzel from BB18. I think that's it for Big Brother US. Yeah. That's BBUS. BB Can, I picked Paris, and I picked... Is that it? I was thinking I had 2, but maybe that's it. Maybe I only picked Paris. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah. So I only picked Paris for BB Can. Survivor US, I have picked Jeremy and Michelle. Mike Holloway's a kind of iffy one because, again, it was kind of well known that Mike probably won based on Jeff's comments preseason, but so I won't count that. But again, I picked Jeremy and Michelle. I picked Wendell. And is that it? Chris, Tommy, Tony. Yes, I think that's it there. And then I don't know. International Survivor. Have I picked any? I don't think I have. Oh no, Pia. I picked Pia. Big guy. Like I feel like runners. I very rarely pick runners up, though. I feel like there's very few times though that I pick a person who ends up playing a terrible game though. Like there have been times. Like I mean, I did pick Ovi, BB21. I did pick Aubrey for Edge of Extinction. But I don't feel like it happens that often. That I'm like completely off on my winner pick in terms of their assessment as a player. Oh yeah, I picked Nick. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I did pick Nick as well. That was a lucky one too, by the way. That was like a really lucky one because like I was not I was not in the not super into the cast assessments and everything for David vs. Goliath. Like I didn't really look at anything. But then like literally like the day before the premiere, I was just like looking over the casting. I was like, you know what? I mean, I think I'm gonna pick Nick. Like it was really just like a spur of the moment sort of thing, and it was just like funny that he ended up actually winning. Like I really had almost no real basis over it. Like I just knew that he was like a massive super fan. Like he was one of the biggest fans on the cast, and he was like a big RGP guy before he went on the show and everything. So I was like, yeah, fuck it, we'll pick Nick. And then it just ended up working out. Where's Derek? Derek was very low. I would not have come anywhere close to picking Derek, BB16. I was not feeling good about Derek. I remember, like, Derek, like, again, like, most people were not high on Derek coming into BB16. I remember, this is actually something I listened to the other day, was, or not the other day, but like a few weeks ago probably, was, I don't know how I got into this rabbit hole, but I ended up listening somehow into, RGP's BB16 cast assessment. And, like, when they were talking about Derek, they were talking about how, like, this guy's gonna, like, blow up his game early on, and how he's gonna, again, like, he thinks he can be, like, this undercover cop, but he can't. Because, like, that was a lot of what his bio was talking about how he was, like, an undercover cop and stuff. And he very much seemed to be this, like,
Thank you for saving so many.
it did not seem like he was going to be able to execute on anything that he mentioned in his bio, but then, like, he does. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of this funny situation where, like, again, like, people were much higher on Devin in preseason than they were on Derek, which is funny.
Lieutenant, what's going on here?
Yeah, I was so close to picking Ty. Like, that irritates me for BB Can 9. You picked Dominic, you picked Ryan, you picked Enzo. Worst the winner pick has done is Yule. Yeah, like, I believe the worst the winner pick of mine has done is Ovi from BB. But, and, like, if you take out Ovi, then it's Aubrey from Edge of Extinction. And I think outside of that, every single other person has made Merge, I believe. Or made Merge or Jury, depending on the show, I think. We've talked about this in the past, but...
Did you come here to do?
Yeah, they thought, yeah, like, Derek was looked at as, like, what Devin essentially ended up being. Like, everyone thought Derek would be playing way too hard and everything. It just didn't end up happening. I mean, he played hard, but, like, again, the conception of playing hard is weird. It's, like, technically really what you're saying is that they're playing poorly, more so than playing hard.
My men have lost hope, Commander. Even if I wanted to
Oh yeah, Kyle, BB Can 8. Yeah, that was bad. Again, like, I've had so, like, it's so irritating. I've had, like, really bad picks since I've started the channel. Again, like, Survivor 2, like, Survivor's just kind of weird with winner picks because it's like, again, like, certain seasons I was spoiled. So, like, I can't really count, like, Philippines, and even then I didn't pick the winner anyway. But, like, Philippines, Karamoan, Blood vs. Water, I was spoiled. Like, Cagayan was my first real winner pick, and I picked Spencer. San Juan del Sur, I picked Jeremy. Again, 30 was spoiled. 31, I picked Jeremy and was right. 32, I picked Michelle and I was right. 33, I picked... Who did I pick? 33. Was it Zeke? Or was it... Either way, I didn't get it right. I didn't pick Adam. I think it... Was it Zeke?
Giving you a second chance. Don't screw this up.
It might have been Zeke. Which, like, if I did, like, that was really dumb of me because, like, I knew he was back on Game Changers. So it's like, more than likely they aren't bringing the winner back to back, but whatever. 34 was spoiled. 35. Who did I pick? 35.
Victus gave me placed it in the Celtic Valley. It's a heavily populated area. That's all I know.
My gut says something's not
Oh,
right.
didn't I pick Jessica? So I guess that wasn't a great one. If I did pick Jessica, I think I picked Jessica. I wanted to pick Alan Ball, but, like, I didn't. I think I picked Jessica, but either way, that was not a good season for me.
We can't have them detonating that bomb.
Keep me in the loop.
Ryan, Dominic, Carl, Aurora, Jamal, Yule. That's not a bad grouping of people. I mean, like, none of those are, like, bad players. Like, all those made, well, I guess outside of Yule made Merge. So, yeah, that's not great. I mean, that's not a bad grouping for Survivor. Scotty, Nick, Enzo. That's, I mean, the same thing, but, like, I think, again, Nick. I never saw it with Nick. I know a lot of people were very high on Nick in the preseason of 21. Like, I never really saw that. But whatever. How was our military strength this high? Oh yeah, is the Rachni still included in this? Because isn't that a thing that if you go with the Rachni, like if you killed the Rachni Queen, but then side the Rachnis this time, they end up. I don't know. It's not here though. I think they end up killing some of your war assets. Whatever. Yeah, terrible haircut. Oh yeah, you went with Xavier. Okay. Yeah, I'm still feeling okay about Xavier. Like, I mean, I'm not sure where he's going at this point. Like, I don't know, not where he's going. More so, like, I don't know where his game is going to go. I think that's probably the better. Like, I know where he's going in terms of, like, I know he's sticking with Tiffany and Hannah. I know that's the 3 he's trying to go with. I know he's in a good spot if that it does end up being the case. We're not going to get the bomb here, by the way. It's just like, is that going to happen at this point? I feel like it's seeming less and less likely, though. He's still not in a bad spot in the grand scheme of things, but I think Kylan did very good work last night, where I think he kind of he's kind of undone a bit of Xavier's positioning, but I don't know, we'll see.
Commander Shepard, a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, I did see that he wanted to call a house meeting. I don't know if he actually did it.
I hope for your support in the fight against the
I have
Reapers.
31 updates from Big Brother on my phone right now. So it does seem like something probably happens. It looks like a lot of them involve Christians, so maybe he's just campaigning. But, yeah. Oh yeah, back to the Survivor thing. Yeah, I picked Wendell, picked Nick, picked Aubrey for Edge of Extinction, IOI. Who did I pick for IOI? I know I was wrong, but...
I'm glad to hear you're reclaiming your home world.
Oh, I picked Jason. That was another bad one. Again, like, I just pick fucking bad people on my, like, ever since I started the channel. Pick fucking... I mean, to be fair, Aubrey wasn't in a video, but I did pick Aubrey. And then I picked fucking Jason Linden, who didn't play poorly by the end of it. Like, I do think he was actually in a position where... if he made it through that one tribal, I think he gets screwed over in that tribal in itself, but if he makes it through that tribal, he's in a good spot, but it's like, he's still pre-jury. And what, 40 was Jeremy, right? At least the initial winner pick was Jeremy. And even then, like, I switched to Tyson, which was worse, so it's like, let's just say Jeremy. I picked Jeremy. They're playing Mafia again. Again, they did that a lot on this season. Like, they're playing a lot of games and everything. And a lot of games that it's like, why are you playing Mafia? Like, who is actually going on Big Brother, playing Mafia, and then, like, actually trying to do well? Like, why would you want to show yourself as being good at Mafia?
Admirals, already a team to hit that dreadnought.
Thank you, Commander.
You think Brandon has the worst haircut? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, right? Still, Brandon from Guatemala has the worst haircut. I think it's fine. I mean, like, it's not good, but it's like, I don't think it's like the worst haircut. I don't know who would have the worst haircut, but I feel like Brandon Bellinger doesn't really come to mind as having the worst one. Yeah, I did see that they did the Among Us thing. I guess we're doing this now? Should I not be doing this now? But we're doing this now. Yeah, Nalia is like kind of iffy. I don't know, who is the worst like haircut in Survivor? I don't feel like anyone like comes to mind right away. But again, too fair, it's like something I don't even pay attention to. Wait, this is the Geth. Let's go Javik and Liara, I guess. Or do I want Tali? Or not Tali. Do I want Garrus? Because like we're gonna end up meeting up with Tali. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, Ace from Gabon, terrible haircut. Yeah, Russell Hantz, what a terrible haircut that guy had. Actually, it's funny that Russell came into Redemption Island with the what did he do again? He like shaved his armpit hair or something, right? And like he had like a whole bunch of like he got infected or whatever. It's like it's so weird. That was the thing on that season. But yeah.
Pretty much a big old shitstorm, Commander.
I have detected several hundred.
Yeah, the Big Brother winner picks. Going back to that,
Yeah, like I said.
I gotta pick Brendan. Well, I picked Russell BB11, Brendan BB12 and 13. 14 pick Frank. Then what? 15 pick McCrae. 16 pick Zach. 17 pick Johnny Mack. 18 picked. Then 18 Nicole Franzel. 19 Josh. 20 Tyler. 21 Ovi. And then 22 Cody. But yeah, Cody's the only good pick I've had since I started the channel, right? I don't think I've gotten a winner correct outside of that since I started the channel. And obviously now it's Xavier. BB Can. Again, I didn't really have one for season 1 because I started late, but yeah, season 2 had Adele, season 3 had Godfrey, season 4 had... Which, I mean, I guess Godfrey's like a runner-up, but it's like, I was never really that close to picking Sarah, I don't think, in the preseason. Actually, maybe I was, like, kind of close. I mean, like, I feel like I was, like, definitely higher on, like Kevin and, I was definitely high on Bruno. Actually, did I pick Bruno? I might have actually picked Bruno. No, because I picked Bruno for BB Can 5. So I don't think I picked Bruno for BB Can 3. Oh, it's this mission. This very fun mission of walking for like 5 minutes as you walk towards that thing. I mean, it's cool, like, if we're taking this seriously, but we're not, so it's just kind of annoying. You barely have any armpit hair? Well, that's a thing. How do you feel if someone mentioned your channel on the live feeds? I mean, it'd be cool. I don't think anyone will. Like, I'm definitely not big enough to where I think that would be something that they would do. But, I mean, it would be like a cool thing. Really surreal sort of thing. Like, I know Peridium's been mentioned on the live feeds, right? Yeah. Carter has the worst haircut in Survivor. There's possibly an argument for that.
Any problems so far?
Again, like, I don't think anyone, like, screams out to my mind, like, oh, that's the worst hair. I'm maybe like a, I don't know, like Shambo? Are we including Shambo in this? No. I don't think anyone, like, really screams out to my mind. It's a pick there. Again, I think Nick is, like, the clear pick for BB US, though. Anthony, Brooke, Ty. That's a good grouping. That's actually a really good grouping. Again, Anthony, runner-up. Actually, Anthony was someone that, like, preseason, like, no one had faith in Anthony. It seemed like, at least a lot of, like, the commentators and, like, all that sort of stuff. So it's kind of funny that he ends up turning out to be, like, one of the best players in BB Can history, really. Yeah, well, BB Can 4, I had Tim. BB Can 5, I had Bruno. BB Can 6, I had Paris, so I was right there. BB Can 7, I had Esty. BB Can 8, obviously I had Kyle, which that was bad. Fuck me. Again, that's pretty bad. Like, the Kyle pick was pretty bad. And again, part of that's because, like, he came off so far, like, he was pretty much like the complete opposite. Which Nick Macaroni. What's his actual, like, I'm pretty sure that's not how you're actually supposed to pronounce his last name. But whatever, it's that guy, the guy that got beat up by Dallas on the boxing thing. You know that Nick. The Nick that dated Kat Dunn somehow. And also, I believe he has like a really like he knocked someone up recently, and like he's having a kid and everything. But it's like I'm pretty sure like the person he's having a kid with is actually like really attractive. Where am I going? I know I'm just being an idiot right now, but it's like, where am I supposed to be going? Up here? No. Cool. There? Was it? My top. I only remember my cast assessment for BB Can 8 at this point. I did remember Vanessa was pretty high. That is something I did remember, which that probably hasn't aged well either. Yeah, I didn't realize Brooke and Sheldon were that high. Oh, I do remember now. Yeah, I do. I had Angie that high. I kind of actually forgot about that until now. Now that I think about it, yeah, I did. Like, that was fucking weird, wasn't it? I don't know why I had Angie so high. Like, she was, wasn't she, like, super pro showmance or something? Coming into this season, which is also, like, kind of hilarious now, looking back on it. But wasn't she, like, trying to get into showmance? I feel like there was, like, something weird like that with Angie.
You're clear to board.
Yeah, so Tali's dead in this playthrough for some reason, even though we kept her alive, but whatever. Yeah, she wanted to have multiple showmances. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, again, obviously a masterful plan there. Oh, Denise. Yeah, Denise from China. I think that's the answer. I think that's definitely the worst haircut in Survivor. Yeah, we've never seen a goth on Survivor, brother. I mean, like, how many, like... I mean, I guess you could probably get one. But, it's like, I feel like,
Looks impressive.
I don't know, how many, like, 25-year-old goths are there? I'm sure there are, a decent amount. But I feel like usually when you see goths and stuff, they're usually, like, super young. So I think that probably plays a factor into it, but, yeah, I guess in general, yeah. Kind of surprising we haven't had a goth really on any reality show, I don't think. I don't know why this just came to mind, but it's kind of funny. Like, back to the challenge with the premiere. I found it so hilarious how Ed just gets added to the show and, like, there's no context on him. Like, he literally, like, it's like they, like, say, oh, we had to bring someone in, and it's like, it makes you think that, like, oh, it's gonna be someone big. It's gonna be, like, I don't know, like, some notable figure, like someone that's been on the show before, but then it's like, it's fucking Ed. Like, it was just so funny to me. But yeah, I'm happy Ed got on the show. Like, I'm, oh, we're just going here. I'm a fucking idiot. But, I think he's the perfect sort of person to bring over to the challenge, but it is hilarious to me, though, that they just, like, brought him in as, like, this massive, alternate sort of thing, like replacement person. Do you watch The Penthouse? No. Just I have no clue what that is. So no, I haven't watched it. You see Goths on College Survivor or YouTube Survivor? I don't remember any. Like, I've watched some College Survivor. I've watched all of Michigan. I've watched all of Maryland. I've watched all of Boston. Actually, I do feel like there was one on. I feel like Boston had. Yeah, I feel like there's been at least one on Boston that I can remember. But yeah, like definitely on the real show though, you don't see any goths on there. I don't know why I just did that. That was so dumb. Okay, fine. Oh, this is so weird without Tali. I want to save this for the fucking other playthrough. where we're gonna kill everyone. That would have made this more fun. But, like, now that, like, knowing that we're supposed to have Tali and we have fucking Admiral Zen instead, it's like, ugh. Oh, yeah, Kent and Vixen on the Amazing Race. Kind of forgot about that. I remember, too, at the time, like, watching Kent and Vixen, I remember, like, thinking, like, oh, what weirdos. Again, like, obviously I was a kid when watching it, but, like, well, I was probably, like, 10 or so. But, okay. What the fuck? They broke up, right? I'm pretty sure they're not together anymore, right? I feel like they've kind of gotten forgotten about over time. I feel like you don't hear many people talk about Kent and Vixen anymore. To be fair, I don't follow, like, the Amazing Race streets that much. But I feel like they don't get talked about that much. Oh yeah, I know about the totem pole. I always planned on watching it at some point. I never did get around to it though. I believe the totem pole it was created by a guy that was on Sequester season 1, if I remember right. But yeah, I've watched Sequester, all of Sequester. Well, all of the show version, like the live action show version of Sequester. Why was Jeff so low on Spencer on Kageon? It's because he, again, like this is something that I think kind of gets forgotten about Jeff Probst. He really hates like young cocky guys. And like Spencer, like kind of this brainiac sort of archetype, he really doesn't like that archetype. And like Spencer fell into that. Like Brian Corden is someone that he hated at the time of Guatemala because of like the archetype he fulfilled. And like Spencer's like in that similar archetype, and he just like, and like that's like the Torba archetype that like gets into fights with Jeff in casting. Like I think it's pretty well known that Jeff and like Spencer like really tried to rile up Jeff during his casting interviews and everything, and that's another reason why he did not like Spencer. Yes, no, I don't think Jeff would hate Chris Wiley. I think it'll be again. Chris Wiley should be back on All Stars. When we get All Stars, like if we don't have Chris Wiley, then they've certainly done something wrong. Really, Chris Wiley should be on every show. Put him on Survivor. Put him on The Circle. Just put him on everything. What's going on right now?
What about the main battery? It runs right by the drive core.
Oh, okay. It's this hologram thing, whatever. I don't know if we would hate Chris Wiley. I think it'll be like kind of a similar thing to Chris Noble, where like he understands that like, oh, this guy's a fucking doofus. It's like fun to make fun of this guy, but I don't think he would like dislike him in any way. Chris Wiley, he was on BB Can 8. The season that got canceled due to COVID. He's a brain transformation specialist. You don't know who Chris Wiley is? I mean, that's one of my favorite things ever is Taron Armstrong's BB Can 8 cast like reaction that he did on Twitch, where the first person he looks at is Chris Wiley, and like he starts like looking up brain transformation specialists, and like it turns out that like Chris Wiley like he's the only like Chris Wiley's the only result if you look up brain transformation specialists, and like when you go to videos, it's like it's literally videos he uploaded the day of the cast reveal. It's like it's so fucking weird. It was so funny. That's like one of my favorite things ever. Yeah, I love Chris Wiley. Such a shame we didn't see BB Can play out just so that we could see Chris Wiley become a true all-star. Like for some, like it's funny too. Like with BB Can 8, for some reason, whenever I think of BB Can 8, I think of like if you don't know, like BB Can 8 obviously got canceled due to COVID, and like after the fact, RHAP did a Brant Steele with BB Can, the cast of BB Can 8 to see how simulate the end of the season, and like for some reason I think of that as like the real season sometimes, and like whenever I think of Chris Wiley, I think of him as like the final 3 boot. And then I realized like, oh shit, wait, that he like obviously the season got canceled. Brain transformation specialist. I mean, he's essentially a cult leader, if we want to be serious. He's essentially a guy that he supposedly goes to people and transforms their minds so that they don't have anxiety or any mental issues.
We'll keep you posted on our progress.
And he does it using his mind and stuff. Like he like goes up these people's and like puts his like palms on their heads and all that. Like, it's weird stuff. It's not again, he's a con artist. Did he just upload a BB Can 8 highlight reel? Again, like, I mean, put this guy on All Stars. Come on. Why not? Hey, who cares about Brooke or Sheldon? Just put Chris Wiley on. I would love to see Brooke get our shot too. I would love to see Sheldon get our shot too, but I do think Chris would make for the best TV though. If we're again coming from BB Can 8.
We'll have the Reaper signal deactivated shortly, Admiral.
Did you watch Sequester with Survivor and Big Brother alum? I did. I watched the one where that had Shreen calling out Adam. Oh, that's you're talking about the minis, right? Yeah, I did watch those. Like the BBUS versus Canada mini. There was what, 2 Survivor minis. Yeah, Shreen's always been a weird figure post show for me. Like I feel like again, like I really liked her on the show, but I feel like everything I've seen from her post show just seems very bitter and like very she just seems to not be able to separate game from personal outside of the. It's like whenever she like again like she was like best friends with Max Dawson immediately after the season, and like now like I don't know about now, but like I remember like immediately after during Second Chance, like Max was like very like upset at how Shreen played in Second Chance, and like after that she stopped talking to Max, and talked about how like she didn't need toxic people in her life. It's like. He literally just said that you played poorly. It's like, I mean, it's not like he was saying, oh, she's a shit human being. Oh. It's like the same thing with, well, I mean, I guess this is a different situation, but like she stopped being friends with Mike Holloway due to his like political beliefs and everything. Then, yeah, like she like was calling out I forgot what was the exact thing, like she called out, was it that he was like a misogynist or something for on Sequester, that he was like that he betrayed her to go to like an all male Final Four or something like that. I don't remember the exact situation, but yeah, she did get upset at him on Sequester for the Sequester mini. Then on the real Sequester, she's like upset at Brent even to this day, Brent Wagamot, over I don't even remember the situation, but either way, it's like, I mean, she just seems to be someone that isn't able to separate game from personal. And then obviously you have the Will stuff too, which I mean, too, for like again, there's definitely a reason for her to still dislike Will, but like I just feel like this is a common thing with Shreen though, that she always like finds someone to have some sort of conflict with from like almost everything that she's done. Okay. Yeah, RHP live shows, yeah, she's very, like, she's usually drunk, right? I'm pretty sure that was the thing.
Let's move.
Oh, we're back in game already? Okay. Again, sorry, trying to read up on chat here. Yeah, I forgot. What was Min Lee doing? I don't even remember what Min Lee was doing anymore. Just, I kind of forgot Min Lee was even a person. Like, I forgot she even existed. So, I don't even remember what Min Lee got in trouble for. Oh, it was like, wasn't it like fetish? I don't remember. Well, who cares? Yeah, I don't even remember.
Cut that a little close.
Yeah, I mean, BB Can All-Stars, I mean, like, do we need Nick without Phil? I think we're good without both of them, realistically. I do not need to see, like, either Nick or Phil ever again. I'm kind of good. I would rather see, actually, I don't know, like, maybe I would rather see Phil, just see him actually, like, completely blow up his own game. But, yeah, I mean, I don't really have much interest in seeing either of them back. Like, I think if we're going to see winners back for BB Can All-Stars, like, I would much rather see, like, John and, Sarah. And Paris, probably. I don't know if I need to see Dane back. Especially if we already have John. I feel like John's the more interesting character there. This is your worst. Wait, Chris Wiley is part of your worst case scenario cast. I think we're going worst case scenario cast for BB Cans. Like, I feel like you gotta have Kyle. I think you gotta have Carol. That was her name from BB Can 8, right? You gotta have Nico. Gotta have the big names there. I don't know, who else do you get? Like, who else is bad from BB Can? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I have, I don't know, like, Suzette would be a worst case scenario for me. I've always found Suzette so fucking annoying, by the way. Like, I remember, I was actually, it was like a week or two ago, I saw that, someone uploaded a, like, BB Can 1 in, like, 3 hours sort of thing, and I watched, like, the first, like, hour of it. Like, kind of in the background while I was doing other things, and it reminded me just how annoying I found Suzette at the time. And, like, it actually also reminded me, like, how iconic I feel like the premiere for BB Can is to me. Where, like, BB Can 1 is a season that for some reason I watched, like, the beginning of that season over and over and over again. So it's, like, the premiere to BB Can 1 is, like, an episode that just feels, like, super old school to me for some reason. Like, it's one that, like, I just have, like, a very vivid memory of it, and it's like, it's really weird to see in retrospect too, because it's like Arissa's like very awkward. Yay, Legion.
You know this kid?
Yeah, we're gonna kill him later.
It helped me fight the collectors. It's on our side.
Tom Plant, I mean, like, like, I don't know, I'll be honest, like, I mean, even though, like, obviously Tom Plant has done some very iffy things, I was actually rooting for Tom Plant by the end of, his run there. I thought he had, like, he had a really fun arc where, you know, he's, like, instantly, again, that was another ridiculous thing, that's, like, Suzette gets HOH from just picking up the fucking phone, that randomly rung, and then she, gets to instantly nominate two people, and she nominates Tom and Emmett. And she literally just says, I'm gonna nominate you two guys. And it's like Tom and Emmett sitting at the edge of the couch, and like it makes it seem like she's just randomly picking those two. Obviously, like, she like knew she was picking Tom and Emmett, but it's like really awkward that she just says, I'm nominating you two guys. There's so many like weird fucking moments from that premiere. Yeah, Austin from BB Can 9, obviously. That's someone we need to see back.
The Geth protected them against viral attack, not physical removal.
How'd the Reapers get control of the Geth?
They did not. The creators attacked. The Geth wished to live.
I'm trying to think, like, BB Can, like, to be honest, like, I wouldn't be that upset anyone from BB Can 9 coming back.
Nothing?
No.
Realistically. Maybe, like, to us, maybe Tina is probably the one that would be, like, the most, like, kind of, like, ugh, if we saw her come back. Just because, like, even though I think Tina, played one of the better games on that season, it's like, she's not interesting at all, and I don't feel like she has much potential to become a better player. Well, it's like, I mean, like, I think Julie had potential. I thought Josh was fun for what was. I mean, maybe not the greatest pick for an All-Star season or anything, but I thought he was fun. Latoya was fun. Kyle's boring, but I think Kyle has a lot of game potential. I think Austin's like, again, maybe not the most potential or anything, but probably one of the, again, picks I wouldn't be the most interested in, but I wouldn't be like absolutely hating the pick. And then like all the post jury people are pretty good, or most of them. Getting Ro, Vic, Jed, Ty, even Brayden. I wouldn't be opposed to a return. Tara would be fine, I guess. Kiefer, obviously, and then I guess like Beth is like why, but oh, we gotta have Mackie back. Gotta have Mackie back on BB Can All Stars. Yeah, wouldn't that be fucked if Mackie was on BB Can 8? If he said I bring a plague to this house like immediately right before COVID became like a big thing. That'd be kind of fucked. I'm trying to move around here, but yeah, like that would be kind of funny.
As a gesture of cooperation, we have disabled the dreadnought.
Who do I actually want to see back from BB Can 9? Like if we're doing BB Can All Stars, to be honest, I don't know. These like. I'll be honest, like, even though I do love the cast of BB Can 9, like, I wouldn't mind any of them returning, I do feel like I would rather see returnees from other seasons more. Like, I don't feel like there's anyone from BB Can 9 that I need to see play again. But there's a lot of people there that I wouldn't be opposed to seeing play again. Like, to be honest, if I have, like, a number one pick, it might be Jed. Just because I feel like Jed has like a really interesting arc of him obviously using the veto to save Beth, and like I think seeing him play again and trying to like rectify that mistake, I think that'll be interesting. Like Kiefer would be interesting, but like I don't know how much he's really going to change. I think he'll pretty much just play the same game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're like. I'm not really. Again, Vic is a great character, but like I don't know how she's gonna change her game in any way. Like really, I think Jed is the answer for me. But like even then, I'm not like super high on Jed returning over like a whole bunch of other people over the course of BB Can history. Like I would like just looking at like BB Can, like even BB Can 7. It's like I'd rather have like Adam on. I would rather have Anthony on. I mean, maybe that is it from BB Can 7, but I feel like those are two clear picks I'd rather see again. I'd rather see Paris. I'd rather see Kayla. I'd rather see Johnny would be cool. I think that'd be interesting. It won't happen, but it'll be interesting. Even like an Allie or Olivia. Got Dimitri's, Karen would be fun. I mean, there's a lot of people, but it's like I feel like I'm not in like dire need to see anyone back from BB Can, even though from BB Can 9, even though I do really like that cast. Yeah, Jed should be on the challenge. That should be something. Oh yeah, we should have all those people that weren't voted into the house. I mean, I'll be interested in seeing Ro back, but it's like, again, it's not something that I feel like it's not like the top priority for me.
Without barriers, this ship will be destroyed. We must evacuate.
We need to get to the escape pods.
I do think seeing Kirsten actually play would be interesting. At least obviously, like, she's a prominent like RGP figure. And seeing her get an actual chance would be interesting. Though, to be honest, I don't feel like it would have. Like, I mean, it probably would have worked out better for her than it did with Plur. Because, like, how do you get much worse? But I don't feel like Kirsten was going to do that well in that season anyway. Okay. Oh, where am I going? Here. Yeah, like, I don't need Dane back. I think I'm good. Even though I think Dane is the best player in the history of the show, and I think he, again, played one of the best games of all time. Like, I don't need to see him play again. Like, I think I'm good. I don't really have much doubt in his overall game ability. Like, I feel pretty secure in what my opinions on him are, and I don't feel like it would really change on the replay. Like, I don't think he's someone that oh yeah, like no matter like unless he like comes back and is like completely out of the loop on everything, then like I don't think my opinion of him as a player is going to change. Like, I don't think that's likely anyway. So yeah, that'd be cool to see all the non-voted in people come back. I don't think it's happening though. I think if they're going to bring back people, they're going to bring back people that are more prominent. Alright, see you later, Jacob. Yo, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock in the morning? Fuck me, man. Do you still agree with your statement that BB Can 9 was a breath of fresh air? Yes, I do. I think BB Can 9 is the best... Like, is definitely the best season in recent history. Like, it's... for sure the best season of Big Brother we've had since BB 20. And I think it's probably better than BB 20.
I can't help them win this war if they're gonna go off half.
And like BB Can wise, I think it's the second best season of BB Can. Second to BB Can 5, and even then it's very close. I think BB Can 5 just feels a lot more iconic to me. But again, I think they're both very, very strong. Then like BB US standards, like again, like I think it's the best season in a very long time.
I was within my authority as Admiral of the Heavy Fleet.
And what of Shepard?
I do like I'm interested in seeing the Challenge 38 casting. I really hope they start to cast better fucking people. By the way, I found it hilarious too on the challenge premiere today when Tracy just appears out of nowhere. Where like Tracy got no content the entire premiere until the moment where Devin switches partners at the end of the episode, where like where Michelle picks Devin, which by the way also kind of iffy choice there, but yeah, like Michelle picks Devin and like Tracy was Devin's partner, and then we all of a sudden get a confessional from Tracy saying like, how dare you take my partner? It's like, who the fuck are you? Like, that was so fucking weird to me. But I did find it hilarious. Yeah, get some international, like, it's so, oh fuck, almost missed that. Yeah, this year Big Brother has been incredible. I mean, to be fair, it's only BB Can 9 and 23. But both really good seasons so far. Well, I mean, BB Can 9 is a great season, and BB 23 is a great season so far. And also, even BBAU, like, even though I didn't love a lot of what BBAU ended up doing, BBAU 2021 was definitely better than last season.
Said they have a planetary defense cannon?
Even though it has its own issues. And we still have Big Brother VIP coming later this year. Which I don't know what I'm going to do with. Like, if I make a video on it, it's going to have to be an extra video at this point, because I just don't have room on the schedule at this point. Like, at this point, like, the rest of the year is pretty secure. Like, it's pretty locked in on, like, what videos are coming out for the rest of this year. And there's just simply not room for Big Brother VIP unless I make it an extra video. But I might do it. We'll see. It depends on how much I like this. I think I'll come into the first episode taking notes and everything, but then I'll... What is this? No, later? I don't know what these are for.
Legion said it could help us.
But I'll probably just make the decision on whether or not I'm gonna actually make the video probably after a couple episodes. I don't know how long the season's gonna be though. It might be a real, like, I would guess it's gonna be a short season, like maybe like 10 episodes or shorter. But we'll see. I don't even know the format. Like, I don't know if it's gonna, I'm hoping it's gonna be at least BBAU format, where it's like people voting each other out. Like, if it's just old BB format of like public vote and everything, then I'm probably less incentivized to make a video on it. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Do I think Christie will be on BB-24? Probably not.
Location of a server from which Geth fighter squadrons are controlled. The squadrons
Has Devin from BB-16 ever been on the challenge? No, but he should be. Again, how's Devin not been on the challenge? Like, Devin should be on the challenge by now. Yeah, I hope you get some BB Can people. I want some International Survivor people on there. Maybe some more Circle people would be interesting. Again, it's just like, I don't get why the fuck they're casting people from shows that the people that watch the challenge can't watch. Like, it's so weird to me. Okay, didn't mean to do this. This is what I meant to do. Yeah, what are we doing right now? I don't think we're gonna bother saving any of them. To be honest, I'm kind of at the point where I really just want to finish the game. Like, I really don't... Like, I don't... Not really that interested anymore in, like, just doing a straight Renegade playthrough and, like, actually seeing all the ramifications of it. I kind of just want to finish the game and just do the kill everyone playthrough and then be kind of done with it. Like, obviously, I'm still going to continue to pick Renegade options, but I don't think I'm going to go out of my way to, like, see what every Renegade thing does. Outside the main story stuff, so. Okay, we'll talk to this because I believe this leads to us meeting someone.
What have you got? A group of Cerberus
Why won't Christy be on BB-24? Because like, I don't think we're ever going to see Christy again outside of like how much she tries to interject. I'm assuming you mean Christy, the one that got COVID, right? I think like pretty much no chance she's going to be on Big Brother ever again. Again, these sort of people typically don't ever go on the show ever again. Yeah, like who's ever like Survivor Romania, Survivor Spain? We had like Renan was from X on the Beach, Double Dutch. Like what the fuck is that? Like obviously I'm assuming it's like a Netherlands. I don't even know actually, to be honest. If I like, is it Netherlands or is it? I don't fucking know. Like, obviously, I know Dutch is Netherlands, but like I don't know if that's actually what that show is. Like I have no fucking clue what the fuck this guy's from. It's like, why are these people getting picked? It's bizarre. Like Gabo is from Warsaw Shore. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, yeah. So this is the Jacob mission here. I fucked up because I meant to romance Jacob in Mass Effect 2, but I just forgot about it. So should we do that mission now, or should we finish? I kind of want to finish Rannoch, if I'm being honest. Yeah, let's just do that. We're not going to even bother saving the Admiral. Fuck him. We're just going to do this one. Christian's threatening to make the pitch that everyone is scared of the... Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the move to make at this point. Is kind of try to turn the house against Derek X, Kylan, and Sarah Beth. I don't think it's gonna. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't know what he can do to make that, because again, like at the end of the day, he needs the Jokers. Like that's really the position he's in. Which, to be fair, the Jokers should be voting for him to stay. Like it is in the, like it does benefit the Jokers to keep him around, but they don't really see it that way. So, and I think now with their like feud with Tiffany and everything, I think it incentivizes them even less. But also, like back to the Christie thing, it's like I have no interest in Christie on reality TV. even when the cast out, like when the cast was released and everything, it's like she felt very like she felt like a recruit. Like she felt like she had no clue what she was doing, and I felt like she was going to be someone that really just followed whatever alliance was in control. Like I don't feel like she was someone that was going to be playing nearly as hard as what we see these people playing now. So. Definitely, I have no interest in Christie play. Oh yeah, David Gurton is going to be on like a Naked Afraid. What was it? Naked and Afraid for Love or something dumb like that. Which that's weird. It's like it's funny that like again, wasn't he on like Dating Naked or something like that? He was on another one of these sort of shows. So it's like it's funny that he's going on all these naked shows.
just did.
Wait, what was your favorite moment? Wasn't it Haley? Oh, it was Haley using the or telling Bailey about her being the hacker. That was her favorite moment in all of Big Brother. Again, like, again, do we need to see that again, or really at all? Probably not. I'd love to be on Dating Naked with Lauren O'Connell. I mean, who wouldn't? What is the point of this shot? What the fuck is this? She's just like walking forward, like with nothing going on. Yeah, again, like I see there's a lot of updates on Big Brother on my phone right now. I'm at 49 updates right now, so I'm assuming a lot of stuff's going on. Again, all I'm seeing though is like talks between Christian and the King, so.
Yes, hostile Geth fighter squadrons are networked to this server. Due to restricted resources, it is best if you connect alone.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm just reading some of these updates. It's a lot of like Xavier like explaining the Christian things. Yeah, it seems like he pretty much knows he's going home at this point.
Remain still. Shepard Commander, excess movement during an upload is discouraged.
Yeah, Christian's fighting hard. Like I have a lot of respect for Christian for not giving up, especially considering he is this like recruit. He doesn't know much about the game coming into it. It's like, I mean, he is like probably one of the best case scenarios for his archetype of this like big alpha guy that wins challenges. Like, and I mean, Tooth Fairy's not that alpha, but still bigger. Like, I mean, to be honest, he's not even that big. Like, he's actually like he's not that tall, right? Like, I'm pretty sure he's shorter than Derek X. Now I don't know how tall Derek X is, but like if I were to guess, I would say he's like what, like probably like 5'9", 5'10", or so. I'm Christian, so it's like he's probably not that tall, but again, it seems to be like obviously he's very good at challenges. Like again, like comparing him to like how Victor played in BB-18, like I think he's playing better than Victor. Like I think he's playing well for his archetype.
Yes, creator lives remain at risk. Our goals must be met. There are two
Yeah, Bryce, I think you probably lost your mind at this. Again, like you've commented was that like 10 times over the course of the last like minute or so. But yeah. Yeah, my favorite mission in the game. I didn't even mean to do that. That was me being an idiot. It's like pushing R2 thinking it was the run button for a second for some reason. Oh, am I actually supposed to shoot these right now? Okay, never mind. Okay. See, the more and more I think about it, the more I'm like, do we even need to do the Citadel DLC? I think we might just save it for the next playthrough. Because again, I'm going to do that other playthrough anyway. And like, I feel like it's funnier to do the Citadel DLC during that, because like, everyone's going to be dead.
Warning, connection blocked by infected code. Use our combat software to disrupt the infection.
So...
I wondered what the gun was for.
Yeah, like if we get through this storyline here, which is what, 2 more missions. I guess we need to, well, we don't need to, but I'm still going to do that Jacob mission. That doesn't really, like, if that's all we get through tonight, that doesn't really put us in a position to finish the game next time.
We wish to provide familiar equipment.
Is there any, I forgot, is there any other side quests that we need to do that? I mean, like, we're not going to do the Kasumi one, because fuck that. I'm not gonna bother with Zaid because that means meeting him at the Citadel. We already fucked up Thanes by not even talking to him. Okay. So I think that's everybody. From 2. So yeah, I mean, all we have to do is the Jacob mission and then wrap up the game, I think. But yeah, I don't know if that puts us in a position to finish it tomorrow, though, which would be my ideal. Because at that point, we still need to do Thessia. We need to do Horizon.
Connection established. Proceed to the access
And then we have Cerberus headquarters and Earth. So that's quite a bit.
Establishing connection to communication node.
Oh, well, let me try it.
Error. Access denied.
Is the Reaper keeping you out?
Unknown. Please
Wait, what'd you even ask Frenchie? Yeah, you're like, yes to what? Well, if he can, like, set you up with Lorne O'Connell? Which, by the way, I did listen to RHAP before starting the stream. I guess, like, Frenchie went to Rachel Swindler's, like performance or whatever the fuck she was doing. Like, that's fucking bizarre. Yeah, maybe he can hook you up with Rachel Swindler, who definitely doesn't have a boyfriend and isn't in a serious relationship. Maybe that can happen. Fuck. Yeah, that was me being an idiot. No, doesn't work. But I always had a crush on Rachel Swindler. That's someone I had a crush on during BB20. Oh, I'm out. Okay, well, I'm an idiot. Who's Rachel Swindler again? She's the, Oh, you asked Frenchie if his refrigerator was running? I'm sure he'll give you a very riveting answer to that. Yeah, Rachel Swindler is the 5th boot from BB20. She got blindsided.
We cannot proceed until we gain access to this data cluster.
She got blindsided against Brent. She was, or against Brett, not Brent. Where Brett,
What is this?
Data clusters contain historical
I mean, what did he even do? I don't even remember what he... Like, I know he blew up, like, that, like, Rachel told him about Bailey's power, right? That's what he did at the eviction ceremony. But whatever. Oh, do I actually have to watch this? Oh, I guess so.
What is the Keelish word for servant people?
The word is Geth, creator Zaha.
Yes. Very good.
Yeah, I find Whitney really attractive. By the way, like, I was watching her exit interviews, and it's like, how the fuck is this woman 30 years old with 2 kids? Like, I mean, she screams out to me as, like, a fucking 20-year-old. It's so fucking weird to me that she's, like, that she has, like, 2 kids and, whatever.
Good point.
You must disrupt the infection on this data cluster to continue.
God damn it. Wait, where's... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, also since I last streamed, I did start Disco... yeah, I finished Nier Automata, and the next game I wanted to play was Disco Elysium. Which I knew almost nothing about outside of that. It was... got very good reviews, and was a potential game of the year for 2019. But I bought it the other, like during the summer sale, I think it was. And like I played the first 30 minutes of it. Again, a lot to obviously play, but it actually feels like a really interesting game. Like it's this like
Disrupt the infection on this data cluster to continue.
it's an RPG, but it's one that has like no combat or anything. It's like it's all text based and all based around conversations, and you
This data cluster contains
upgrading certain
90 years ago. It is still capable of surveying.
certain skills that allow you to have certain like different outcomes of your conversations and everything. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna end up really liking it. We'll see though.
Well, let's take a look.
Creator, ready to serve. Let's cut the other.
You may proceed to the
Did
last
Dane wear a hot pepper? Like I don't remember. Again, like that's something that I just don't pay attention to. Is like what the what people are wearing during veto competitions. Where am I going? I don't remember. Is Whitney a racist? Probably not. At least not overt. Like, not overtly racist. I would guess probably not at all, really. Did she have any? I forgot. Did she have any? Like, I know there's like the Sandy Hook thing, which she's now come out and like denied that ever happened. But like, I don't think she had. Well, I mean, well, she had the gun thing, but like that's not really actual. Yeah, I don't think she's had like that much like overtly negative about her. I believe she did like some comments about the cookout, right? Or like anti-cookout comments on Twitter or something like that. But yeah, a lot of that's just like her being upset that the cook, like, I don't think it's like a racist thing. It's more so like, oh, I got screwed sort of thing in her eyes. Where am I going? I think I'm going the wrong. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. They were promoting spicy chicken sandwich. Oh yeah, got it. It's so fucking weird, like all the promotion stuff with BB Can. Like obviously they need it to stay on the air because like BB Can's just not that profitable of a show, but it is bizarre though. Busiest time of the year starts at your work tomorrow. Work 9 out next 10 days. 30 of them being 12-hour shifts. That's lovely. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Okay, where am I going? There? Okay, wait. Yeah, for me personally, this is kind of a more lax time for me. Like, I'm not really, like this and last week I've been both, relatively quiet weeks. I mean, like, I guess last week I was, like work-wise, it was just quiet. I was technically, like, pretty busy last week with, real-life stuff and working on stuff with the channel, but, like, this week has been pretty, like, fine. Again, work's been whatever, like, worked on a lot of stuff for the channel. That's really the main thing that's been tiring me out, because, like, I'm starting to get pretty far behind on working on stuff for the channel. I'm really trying to catch up, but it's, like, I think I kind of overdid it the last couple days. Or, like, I edited that Losing Final Tribal oh yeah, I haven't talked about that. I did finish editing my Losing Final Tribal Council performance video, which ended up being a little bit under 2 hours long.
Yes, technically.
And that completely burnt me out. Again, like, I was able to edit it, like, over the course of Monday and Tuesday. But, yeah, that was a lot. Like, that was not particularly fun. Yeah, like this week it's like for my real work, like it's not bad, but like I've just been working a lot on stuff for the channel, which again that's like really not stuff I have to do. It's just more just stuff that I do. And really that's the entire thing with the channel in general. But like I don't technically need to be doing any of this stuff. It's just I do. They worked from 11:45 to 1:30 a.m. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Let me go here, right? At least you got an hour and a half break. I mean, that's a decent break. Yeah, still pretty bad, though. Yeah, I don't think I've ever personally worked a 12-hour shift. I've worked numerous, like, 10-hour shifts are, like, not, like, too abnormal. But, and, like, slightly above that and stuff. But it's like, I don't think I've ever gone to 12.
We require access to this data cluster. Disrupt Reaper infection. You must research for a infection.
Where's this one? There? Well, that didn't work. Where does this go? So there, right?
There is a vulnerable point further along the infection.
Work from 11:45 to 6:05. It's kind of a random time, isn't it? Like 6:05. Total shifts only happened during this period in August. Oh, yeah. Now, what's busy right now? Like, I mean, I guess this is like when school starts, right? Fuck off. I really hate this section. He's like, actually have to think here. I don't want to think when playing Mass Effect. And to be honest, it's barely even thinking. Like, this is not that difficult at all. That's just me being an idiot. No? Okay, cool, I ran out. Fuck off. That can't hit that. Is it this one then? Yeah, like I didn't realize this until like yesterday, just how far behind I am on my scripts for, like, I haven't started writing my scripts for any of my reviews that are coming up for next month, and like it made me, like, I realized that I'm only like a month away. Like we're only about a month away from like Australian Survivor being done. And like Survivor South Africa is not too long either. It's like I've gotten like nothing done on those videos. Like I'm really fucking far behind on those. Fuck off. Like I hadn't even thought about those reviews. But I'm definitely gonna start getting work on those pretty quick. What I think I'm gonna end up doing is just like make sure that the videos I know are coming out this year edited first, and then I'll get around to working on those. There's a couple more. I think there's like 4 more videos that I have recorded that I know for sure are coming out this year. So I'll try to get those edited first, and then I'll get around to writing those reviews. But there's a lot. Again, like I haven't started Survivor South Africa, haven't started Australian Survivor, haven't started A&W, haven't started Big Brother. So, kind of a lot there. My Big Brother I would wait anyway, like it's not even really time. And even though Australian Survivor is probably a little bit early, but I should definitely have started the Survivor South Africa review by now.
We have kept records of these creators' sacrifices.
But I haven't. So I'll look at that at some point. And A&W is probably getting to that point where I probably should be writing that one. Where am I going at this point? I am going here. No. No. What am I supposed to be hitting then? No. That's not it. Cool. There's nothing, right? Actually, I don't even remember. Did I even talk about this section in my retrospective? I think it's fun. Again, like, I have so many videos recorded right now that I oh, wait, what the fuck? Now it's showing up. That I haven't gotten around to editing. Like a lot of video game videos in particular. Well, like, obviously Mass Effect Trilogy is one of those things, and it's like, I don't even remember, like, what I even talked about in those videos. And, like, it's so funny, like, Persona 5 Strikers is a game I literally played, like, 4 months ago now. Like, that was the game I was playing when I started streaming. Like, that was what I was playing in my real time. And, like, I wrote a video about it, recorded it, and I still haven't gotten around to editing it, despite me recording that audio, I think, like, 3 months ago or so now. And, like, the video itself, like, at this point, I don't even think it's coming out anytime soon. So it's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in that video. Because I do think, I thought about it a bit more, and I want to get, like, initially what I was going to do was do my Nier Automata retrospective on the 5-year anniversary, and then do Nier Replicant afterwards. I kind of decided, well, it's like, fuck it. It's like, if I'm doing both videos anyway, I might as well do the Replicant one before. Shit. So that bumped the Persona 5 Strikers video to where, like, who the fuck knows when that's coming out at this point. Okay, see you later, Price. Wait, this? Okay, well, that's lovely.
Target this spot to slow its growth toward the data cluster.
Okay, obviously I love this mission. I do honest, the other mission's actually kind of even more annoying. It's actually like a whole bunch of combat sections, so it's like, I guess this one's probably the better one to do anyway. Shit. Okay, I have, like, no clue what the fuck is going on in chat at this point. Whatever. Okay, fuck off. I hate this. I really fucking do. And this is a cool mission, like, narratively, where, like, it gives you a lot of lore on the Quarians and their conflict with the Geth and everything, but I mean, gameplay-wise, it's just kinda annoying. Come on. Fuck off. Hey, I remember was a big SpongeBob guy. Like, I watched it when I was a kid, but, like, I never really, like, liked it that much. Okay, and then where was this one? No? Fine. Like, this mission's so fucking boring to me now. It's like, can we just be done with this already? Alright, so that's the last one. Where's the vulnerable points? This.
We cannot establish a connection without access to this data cluster. Shepard Commander.
So where's that?
Points of the infection to slow
That one.
speed.
Okay. There we go.
It comes from the period during which the creators declared martial law.
Yeah, like, I just find it really annoying, like the ones that regenerate and you having to track where they stem from and everything. Like, it's not really that difficult. It's more so just like just kind of annoying.
Exceeds creator safety parameters. We will surrender our hardware if it ends hostilities.
Yeah, so how much more, like, how much further should I get here then? Try to think, because, like, I am starting to get a bit tired, but I don't feel like we're really at a good spot to finish 3 next time. I at least want to get to, like, I need to finish the quarry and stuff for sure, which, I mean, I believe there's only one more mission, so it's like, it's fine, but, I don't know, can we do Thessia on in one stream? I guess we could try. Where's this going? Wait. Oh, okay. Is this it? I mean, I know there's at least one more area. Hopefully we're towards the end of this. Okay.
This isn't happening now?
It is timestamped 290 years ago. It is the creator exodus at the end of the Morning War. We have secured
But yeah, so plan for tomorrow, in terms of the channel and stuff, obviously we got Star South Africa, we have Big Brother. Along the way I want to see if I can get my Nier Automata video written, because ideally I would be able to record it back to back with my Big Brother mid-season power ranking and just kind of get everything done, because like at that point, like, it's every video I plan on doing the first, like in the short term, like up until Survivor 41, so I kind of want to get both of those done at once, so I'm going to try to get the Automata video written, but probably not going to happen, realistically. I think that will have enough time, but we'll see. Especially if I'm going to stream tomorrow night also. Actually, yeah, that'll be funny, actually. Yeah, if we censor Lauren O'Connell. Yeah, well, like, well, I'm sure he'd just leave. Like, at that point, it's like, why is he even here anymore? I should make one of my emotes Victoria then at this point. Just to kind of bother him. I still don't know what to do with emotes and stuff. Like, I did do a bit of research. I forgot if I talked about this on stream, because I believe this was before last stream. But either way, I did do a bit of research on how to set up alerts and that sort of thing. So I would like to set that up. I haven't done it yet, obviously. Again, really, I mean, like, there's a couple things. One, obviously, I need to find time to actually do it, but also it's I don't fully know exactly what I want to do with it anyway. I have a bit more of an idea what I want to do with alerts than I do with emotes. Like, I legitimately like don't even know what I want to do at all. Like with alerts, like I do feel like kind of like a couple ideas. I did think something that would be funny that I don't think I'll do, but something that would be funny is if I made one of the alerts, the Johnny Fairplay "fuck you" that he says to Sean when he votes out Sean. Like, his voting confessional is literally just "fuck you." I just think that would be funny to have some sort of alert, but I probably won't.
Shepard, are you
I feel like most of the ones that come to mind though are like Tony related. I think using Tony's like, I love you so much, man. Like when he finds the idol and everything, I think that'll be funny.
Are you sure? What's happening?
I feel like most of the others I can think of like come from like are like Tony related. Yeah, like when it comes to emotes though, it's like I literally like don't really know what I want to do.
That's convenient.
While Shepard Commander removed the Reaper infection, we judged we could persuade...
Actually, I mean, I guess at this point we gotta side with the Quarians, right? Now that Tali's dead.
These Geth have renounced the old machines and will oppose the Reapers. They are now us.
Put yourself above a mission.
Because like at that point, it's like we have no reason to side with the
permanently.
With the Geth. Because if we're trying to say like fuck you to Legion, I guess we're gonna side against them.
We will ensure no relevant data is omitted in future interactions.
That's a start. Back it up and maybe we'll actually come out of this war alive. Let's go.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, like, I think I have, like, 12 videos right now that are recorded that I haven't even started editing, and, like, almost all of them are video game related. Yeah, I'm definitely, yeah, I'll be very sad when Admiral Zen commits suicide. Does she commit suicide? I actually don't even know if she commits suicide. Like, does she literally just do what Tali does? Yes, my favorite character, Admiral Zen.
How did you get Geth Primes to work with you?
That was all Legion's doing.
Because what? But yeah, like I have a Persona 5 Strikers video. Yeah, I recorded the Replicant video, and I'm planning on doing the Automata one. I have 3 Mass Effect retrospectives. And the two Final Fantasy 15 videos. So yeah, there's like a lot of video game videos I have like pre-recorded. So it's like, when the fuck am I gonna edit them?
And not a moment too soon. With the Reaper code upgrades, the Geth are tearing the fleet apart.
Once the signal is disabled, the Geth will pose no threat to Creator forces.
We can destroy the Geth. Fuck them.
The Geth should be easy to clean up afterward.
Yeah, fuck you.
The surrounding area is heavily fortified, and they have placed jamming towers to prevent orbital targeting.
Which, by the way, it's funny that my the Oxa video that I released today, the 5 and 6 one, I believe is my worst performing video in a very long time. I like it's doing even worse than my 13 Sentinels video, which is funny. Yeah, it's still number 10 out of 10, so that's funny. Realistically, it's like I don't really care that much because like I never really expected to do well, but like it is funny though. That's number 10 out of 10. And it's like number 10 out of 10 when the previous 10 out of 10, which was 13 Sentinels, was already like the worst video I had since Shenmue 3, I think. Since my Shenmue 3 video, like in like February of 2020. So again, it's funny.
This is your operation, Commander. If you want to strike now, you've got my support.
Yeah, we're going. Don't even care. Like, I'm not even gonna bother doing that. Which, by the way, it's also funny that like my Oxa 0, 1, and 2 video, like that was made a very long time ago. Like that, and I talked about this. Like, I kinda regretted. Like, I kind of wish I approached that video a bit more. Wait, what is this? Okay, it's this one, right? Yeah, like when I rewatched the video when it came out, like it made me laugh. Like, what the fuck was I doing when I made the intro to that video? It's like I just say it in such a fucking weird way. Like, I don't know why the fuck I was talking like that, and why I kept that in the video. Like, it's so fucking funny to me. Wait, what happened here? Oh, because they fucking take it out of your... Oh, that's dumb. You have to re-equip everything? We need these mods? I don't like the scopes in this game. Yeah, that is true. With the views and stuff. With like deeper in the series you go, less people watch. But even then, like I mean, just in general, it's like they were never going to perform well anyway. But yeah, I believe it is in that order though. Of like the first one did the best, like 0, 1, and 2 did the best, 3 and 4 did slightly worse, but like still around the same. And then yeah, this 5 and 6 one's doing a lot worse. But it's like even that, like none of them did well. Like who cares? It's like what the first one's at like 130 views, second one's at like 100 or something, I think, and then this one's only at like 40 something. I think it might be nearing 50, but again, still.
You are concerned.
Again, like at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
You're still hooked up.
I still would have done the videos anyway.
We simply carry code upgrades that make us more effective, more intelligent.
But you lied.
It is also funny though that like at least I don't know what it is now, but like at the time that I checked, the only comment on the Oxa video is literally someone asking me, when are you going to go back to doing Amazing Race retrospectives? Which I find funny. Which again, spoiler alert, not soon. I do have Amazing Race Season 1 retrospective coming, but that was more so just to take advantage of the 20-year anniversary. Because again, I didn't do my Amazing Race 1 retrospective back in the day the way I would normally do it now, so decided to just redo it. But outside of that, I'm probably not for a very long time. I would like to, ideally. I mean, really, ideally, I would like to do retrospectives of every show. Like, of all these reality shows. Like, in an ideal world, I would have a retrospective of every season of Survivor US, every season of Big Brother, every season of whatever. It's like, but obviously it just takes a lot of fucking time to make them to begin with. Really, the season retrospectives are the videos that take the longest time to make. Because obviously they require me to rewatch the season, take notes while watching the season, condense those notes into a script, and then also obviously record the video and then edit it down. I mean, realistically, really, it's the rewatching the season part of it that takes the longest.
Good work, trainer.
Oh yeah, Life is Strange remaster got delayed, which I'm fine with. Like I'm too fair. It's like I don't know if I was gonna get it to begin with. I'm not really too apt on getting the remaster. Like I believe it's packed. Is it packed in with True Colors? If like it was like a pre-order bonus, right? Wasn't it? I might be completely wrong on that because I don't even remember. But if it's not, like I'm more than likely not gonna bother buying it. I don't think. Unless it goes on sale for like really cheap, or like they have like some sort of upgrade, like pay like some amount of money to get the upgrade. But more likely, I'm probably not gonna I'm not really too interested in it. Doesn't look that much better, and like who needs a remaster of Life is Strange? I keep on forgetting True Colors is still coming out this year. What just happened? I mean, at this point, to be honest, it might be. I guess it like is kind of my most anticipated game of the year. I mean, I guess probably Lost Judgment technically is, but like Life is Strange is probably up there at this point. And, like I'm not even that excited for it. Like really, again, like this year for me, like for what I personally am looking for, not really a big year at this point. Now with Horizon being delayed and just in general already wasn't going to be that big of a year, so. Yeah, we'll see how the 2021 in gaming video turns out. At least it'll give me more time to do this, play games for the top games of the generation thing. Well, I think I said this already on stream, I don't remember, but I think what I decided to do with the top games of the generation video is kind of wait until, so like the video as of right now is scheduled to come out December 1st, which kind of aligns with it being my 300th video, which is an arbitrary thing, but just kind of decided, like, we'll just do that as the date. And if that's the case, then, like, what I think I'm going to do is, like, wait until, like, just play as many games that could potentially qualify for the list as I can up until November 1st, which is obviously, like, what, a little bit less than 3 months away from now. And then just wherever I'm at that point, that's when I make the video. So that gives me a month to record and edit the video, which should be doable. Dude, I mean, to be fair, a week would technically be doable also, but it's like, I'd rather have it finished a bit ahead of time. Where am I going right now? Here? Especially with that, because, like, that's going to be a hard video to edit, I feel like. And it's going to be like a 2020 year in gaming, like that sort of thing. Like, those are pretty difficult videos to fully get together. I mean, I talked about this, right? Like, me editing the 2020 year in gaming video crashed my computer, which was fun. Mind you, a lot of that was because I was trying to run other things in the background. I was just being a fucking idiot, but still. Like, ended up downloading like so much game footage that like filled up my hard drive, and then it also just like through that and like creating the cache and everything when you import it into Premiere and all that stuff, like it just pretty much broke my computer. To where I did end up opening up like a whole bunch of space on my computer by just taking off like a whole bunch of video, like, because I used to like keep every like every video I have on YouTube, like I have a folder. I used to have a folder of all those on my local hard drive, and just ended up taking those off because it ended up obviously being really fucking big. And then the same thing with like all the archive, like the videos I use for, because like I have a pretty big archive. Like what I end up doing after I use something in a video is I have this like this like archive folder essentially where like I keep everything that I've used previously. That way it's like easy to reuse if I ever need it again. And like that way, like with video game footage, like that way I don't have to re-download footage or whatever, like, and like it makes it easier, especially when it's like a game I've talked about multiple times. I could just use footage from the same videos that I got from previously. And those used to be on my local hard drive as well, but I took those out because that was taking up way too much space too. So, yeah, actually I took off, like, I also took out all the audio files because I have all the audio files lying around too, and like, yeah, I just opened up a whole bunch of space on my hard drive, so like, hopefully that doesn't happen again. I should be good, but again, that was not fun.
We'll get through. What's your status?
Yeah, it comes out the same day. Yeah. Life is Strange True Colors comes out the same day as Tales of Arise and NBA 2K22. I mean, the sad thing is that NBA 2K22 will probably sell better than either of those other two, than Life is Strange or Tales of Arise.
Right now, we need the help.
At least sell better in the US. Okay. By the way, a game that I really want to replay at this point. Like, I don't know when we'll do it. We'll probably do it after Mass Effect Andromeda. But I want to try to get this replayed before I do my Top Games of the Generation video. I do really want to replay Shadow of Mordor. Which I haven't played. Like, I didn't get around to playing it until, like, I think like 2017? I think it was. Maybe 2018? Somewhere around there. But, I haven't played it since, and I do feel like it's one of these games that, like, could potentially make the list. Like, it probably won't. Like, it's kind of been in, like, a Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order sort of spot, where it's, like, it's probably, like, don't know, it's probably not making the list, but I still do want to replay it in Ideal World before I make the video. So maybe we'll go and try to play that after we play Mass Effect Andromeda. I still don't know what to do with Gravity Rush, where I did start that Gravity Rush 2 playthrough, but like I really don't feel like playing Gravity Rush 2. Yeah, like I finished both Shadow Mordor and Shadow War. I remember Shadow War I played around the time that I started the channel, and that was like one of the first video. Like that wasn't a video that I jotted down right away as a video idea that I was going to do. Was a retrospective on Shadow of Mordor and Shadow War, but I never got around to it. Yeah, I would like to give Shadow Mordor another shot. I mean, like, Shadow War I actually liked for the most part. Mind you, I didn't play it until after the patches and everything, so, like, it was after they got rid of, like, the dumb requirements to get the one, and I forgot exactly what it was. But I remember, like, in the initial release, they had it to where you had to essentially, play, like do a whole bunch of online stuff and potential microtransactions and everything in order to get the true ending and everything. But they like rebalanced the game afterwards, and I played it then. So I don't know if that's like a reason why I enjoyed it more than most people. But I mean, it's not like I love the game though. I mean, like it's fine. Like I definitely enjoyed my experience with Shadow Mordor more, but I didn't hate Shadow War. I mean, to be honest, like, maybe if I do play it and I do come out of Mordor with a higher opinion of it, maybe I will do a retrospective of it. But that also adds, again, like, I have too many fucking video game videos as is. Like, I really should be making more video game videos if I just keep on fucking doing it. Like, I still need to do that squad mate ranking for Mass Effect, which I don't know if I really should do or not. I want to, but it's like realistically, I probably shouldn't. Or if I do, maybe like it'll just be like an extra video I end up doing. But like, I think it might be like a good way. I think it's a good way to like cap off the Mass Effect videos. Because like I don't really, because it's like usually with these like big series I end up doing, like Yakuza here. Like after, like, I'll say, like I've now talked about the entire Kiryu Saga. The next video I do is a ranking of all the games in the Kiryu Saga, and like I did Kingdom Hearts, where I did these like my experiences with the Kingdom Hearts games, and then I did a series ranking. It's like that's typically what I do, but I can't really do that with Mass Effect. So, like, I feel like a squad mate ranking is like kind of the next best thing. That it relates to all three games. Well, where am I going? Am I supposed to? I feel like I am supposed to shoot this, right? Oh. What? Oh, wait, that's like an extra gun. That's why we dropped it. Okay. What am I doing? Like, what is it? Am I supposed to defeat them first? Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Whatever. What is going on? Cool. That was perfect. You made a ranking of all 36 members? Yeah, I'm going to do 19 if I do it. Including Shepard. I feel like including Shepard's kind of weird. So like you even ranked like Engineer Adams and like Donnelly and like all these other random people. The moment that made me quit was when two orcs betrayed after. Yeah, that was like one of the like the Nemesis system. That's what it's called, right? In that game, like that system's like a really interesting system, but it also like can be kind of annoying because like so much of the game is like based around you. Like keeping control of the whatever.
We need more than Normandy on this.
So this is the dumb. Well, I don't know how dumb it is, but this is the one where we're like, oh no, okay, this is the one on the turret gun first, I guess. Adams is 32. I mean, like, what does Adams do? Like, Adams is pretty boring, right? Like, Donnelly, yeah, Donnelly's at least a bit more interesting. Is there a point in shooting this? Like, do we actually even do anything by shooting this? Yeah, did you rank Jenkins? Everyone's favorite character? Yeah, like if I were to do a ranking, it would just be if I do end up doing it, it'll just be the ones that you can pick on the squad. Yeah, I have the list. I already have the list. If I were to do it, it's just that it's like I don't know. Oh, it's really worth it. Jenkins is 33.
This ends now.
Frederick is 36.
I want the targeting laser synced up to the whole damn fleet.
It's like I can't even like I don't even know if I could even name like the other because like what there's 20 that become part of your crew, like the crew that you actually select. Because that's including Morinth, which I wouldn't include in my ranking. Then you add Shepard, so that essentially means there's what like 15 people that don't become part of your crew. So I guess what you got like Joker. You got like Kelly Chambers, you got Trainer, you got Jenkins. Yeah, I doubt I can actually remember all of them. But. Okay, so need to dodge this and this. Dodge it again. Do this again. Riveting gameplay here. Is this not even like? Is this working? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. All right. You had Tali 1? Shepard 2? I feel like it'd just be weird for me to rank Shepard. Like, I don't even know where I would rank Shepard. Morden, Liara, Jack. You had Jack that high. Okay. Wow, you had Garrus that low? I wouldn't be publicizing that list if I were you then. I do, like, I'm pretty sure I had Garrus at 4. And I feel like even that is, like, pretty low for most people. Like, because, like, Garrus is pretty universally looked at as, like, the best. And if not the best, then at least, like, second best. Like, I feel like if you have a list and Garrus isn't 1 or 2, you're pretty much, like, gonna get hate on your list. I forgot about Anderson. Yeah, Anderson. Yeah, I guess if you're like, I think that's the weird thing with Mass Effect, where it's like, the Mass Effect is intended for you to be playing, like, through, like, for it to be, like, your Shepard, and, like, you make the decisions and all this sort of thing, but, like, realistically, it's like, the game is best played by going all Renegade or all Paragon, and through those, like, you're kind of disassociating yourself with the, that element of the game, I feel like.
You know who I am?
Where, like, through that, like, Shepard kind of gets his own, or her own personality, despite that not really being the intention. What the fuck is going on? What is going on with the camera? Okay, I think it's fine now.
And what if we don't let you?
I just do agree. I mean, like, the thing about Mass Effect that I think it understands when it comes to player choice is that, like, every choice needs to kind of, like, it needs to still be in line with what the base character is. Like, I think that's, like, one of the biggest issues of, like, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where it's like, or like, yes, there's player choice in that, but it's like through having so much player choice, it makes it. I mean, it's barely even play. Well, like, at least in terms of dialogue and everything, it makes it very jarring when you have very radically different responses, and through that, it makes it feel like the character that you're playing as. Okay, what is going? Okay, the camera is fucking up, right? Or is it just the character models that are spazzing out? Or like it makes it so that
This time the organics are taking control.
the characters feel more like a vessel than they do an actual character. Well, I do feel like... No, we're gonna shoot it. Well, I do feel like
You're the ones who should worry.
Shepard, if you go full Paragon or Renegade, does feel more like an actual character. I feel like Geralt is an example from The Witcher 3 that does that really expertly. Is where, despite you having so many different choices, like, it still feels like the same character no matter what choice you make.
Commander.
I heard your ship crashed. Glad you made it out in one piece.
As am I. My pod landed not far away, and it appears our orbital strike was successful.
Robot dog. Yeah, so Miranda's what, like number 11 then? Hey, I think, if I remember my ranking, I think it's Liara.
Shepard Commander, the Geth
Thane? Was that who was number 2?
Do we deserve death?
What do you
yeah, you do deserve that. Fuck you, Legion.
With the old machine.
But yeah, we have, yeah, I think it's, again, I don't fully remember, and I don't think I have it. I think I already transferred to my laptop, so, like, yeah, I don't have it on my phone anymore. But I think I have...
Shepard, Admiral Geralt isn't going to break up his attack.
Yeah, I think it's Liara, then Thane, then Tali, then Garrus. And Morden. I think that was my top 5. Nope, we're letting the Geth die.
I can't risk the Quarian fleet. Not to save the Geth.
Fuck you.
Shepard. With these upgrades, our fleet could retake Earth. We could assist with the Crucible. Please, this is not justice.
Actually, this is depressing. I didn't realize Legion actually, like, fought back and everything. Nope. Oh.
No, we will not allow.
I've never seen this before. This is actually pretty funny. I've never seen this before. This is so fucking weird.
I knew it would turn on us. A pity. It seems so sincere.
Cortez was 13? That feels high. Like, I would not have Cortez that high. I don't dislike Cortez, but if I were to guess where I would put it, it would probably be like 20-ish. Maybe a little bit lower. Like in the 20... Like if we're saying there's 36, like I would say like maybe 20, 25, somewhere in that range. Legion was 17. Yeah, like I wanted to put Legion higher on my... I remember, I think I had Legion at like 9 or 10, again out of 19 on mine. I wanted to have Legion higher, but like I just don't feel like Legion gets enough. Like even though he's like cool, he's a really cool concept for a character, and I do think he's like interesting while he's there, but he doesn't. I don't feel he does enough. He's again like he's barely in Mass Effect 2. He's really only at the like tail end of that game, and then like I think his stuff in Mass Effect 3 is solid, but no, I love when they play like the Mass Effect 1 music, like this music, this like peaceful sort of music. When it's like we literally just had like killed Legion.
And once we've completed repairs to the fleet, we're prepared to return the favor.
Our engineers can also assist with the building of the Crucible. The Geth left some fascinating technology that may...
I love all characters that we like barely know too. It's like at least one of them is Tali. At least it kind of makes sense. Like here, it's like who the fuck are these people? Like, especially because we didn't talk to any of them in the fucking Tali mission in Mass Effect 2. So again, it's like who are these people? Like, So 3 hours 34 minutes in the stream. I think what we're gonna do, I think we're gonna do the Jacob mission.
Yes, Counselor. The Quarians are already.
Because I still do want to do that mission. And I think we might call it a day here, and then I think we'll just try to finish the game next time.
That they should be so vital now. No matter.
Marth was the bottom of the squad at 31. Actually, who'd you have at, like, well, you had Jenkins at 33, Michelle 34, Fredericks at 35. Yeah, so who's 35 then? So, like, they're all non-squad members then? Yeah, like, Marth would be at, I guess Marth would be at the bottom? For me? If I were to include her? I don't know. I mean, like, I guess, because, like, she doesn't have much to do. Like, she's like, if you keep her alive into Mass Effect 3, like, she literally, like, never shows up. Outside of her, like, potentially being, like, a random banshee that you encounter. Which obviously implies that she dies. And gets captured by the Reapers, so it's like, she doesn't do much. So what do I want to do now? I guess we will do the Jacob mission. I think we'll do the Jacob mission, then go to the Citadel, and then maybe call it a day. And then that means tomorrow we'll do Thessia. Actually, let's look this up. I want to look this up, how long it took me and my... Oh, Presley. Yeah, I could see that. Presley being low. Yeah, Presley barely does anything, right? Yeah, I want to look up my previous playthrough so that I can see how long it took me to do the end game of Mass Effect 3. Yeah, Mass Effect 3... Alright, so I have 51 videos for Mass Effect 3. And it took me... Oh, that's actually a decent amount. So 44 is where I started Thessia. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's around 4 hours. Actually, more than 4 hours, because some of these are long. Actually, a decent amount of these are longer than 30 minutes. So that's a lot. I don't know. How should I approach this? Should we just say fuck off to Jacob? You know what, actually? Let's do this. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Let's go and do the Citadel now. And then maybe we will do Thessia now. And then we'll call it a day. And then tomorrow we'll do Horizon. Actually, I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. We'll do Citadel now either way. Oh, Aller. You included Allers? I didn't even think about Allers. Yeah, Kaden at 28. That seems about right. I think I still had Kaden at the bottom of mine. Like, even though like, I kind of acknowledge that Kaden is a better character in 3. But I just don't care. Like, yeah, it's like, it's my list anyway. Like, it's like, who cares? It's my list. I'm still gonna put him low. Do we need embassies? Yeah, right? Because we're going to... Sorry. We didn't even bother ever going to a refugee camp or anything. It's kind of fun. Actually, it is funny playing Mass Effect 3 this way. Because, like, so much... I feel like so much of what makes this game really strong is, like, easily skippable. Where are we going here? No! I mean, no, I don't want to talk to you. Nope. I'm out. Jacob at 27, Zaid. You have Javik that low. That seems low for Javik for me. Like, even though Javik's a dick, like, I found him an entertaining dick. And Kelly Chambers 24. And that's not too far off of what I would probably have. I mean, you haven't had Vega yet. I would have Vega around that spot.
I want all remaining files secured and marked for Tentron.
Yeah, like, I think if I remember, I think it was Kaden at the bottom.
Have you found something?
We're continuing our
then I think it was Vega. I think it was Vega, Zaid, then Jacob. But again, Jacob, again, I have a bias towards Jacob.
Speak with you on another matter.
Like, if we're technically looking at, like, the writing of the character and everything, like, he's probably, to be honest, he might be bottom.
We understand your crucible is still missing an important component. The catalyst, I believe you call it.
Do you know where it is?
Yeah, he is pretty one note. But, yeah, I found that one note pretty entertaining. But again, obviously everyone's different. Like, I found that, like, just him being, like, this massive fucking asshole. That's, like,
What is it? Suffice it to say, it may help you
it's kind of, like, really demeaning to all these other races. I just found that kind of funny.
A temple located at these coordinates. A scientific team there will provide assistance.
And now you decide to help.
Sudden cooperation. Events have forced our hand. The homeworld has never been threatened before. Thessia has always been in a
You know what? I'm thinking about more, and like, fuck it, we'll just do the Jacob mission.
I'll do what I can.
More lives depend on you than any soul should have to bear.
Because I'm pretty sure I probably end up wasting time in some of these videos. It's not like I was like really going all in, trying to finish as quickly as possible. So, or I mean, maybe we'll do Thessia. Just kind of like, just keep it safe. That way we can, like, for sure finish it next time. Because, like, if we finish Thessia here, then it still leaves us open to do the Jacob mission next time if we want to. But it also just, like, straight up guarantees that we finish the game next time. Like, as in tomorrow. Which would be the ideal. So, yeah, let's just do Thessia. Screw it. Oh, wait, should we actually be doing anything here? Miranda's at, Spectre office. Thane. Wait, what happens if you go to Thane? Actually, let's go to Thane. I just want to see what happens, like, if you go to Thane now. Because, like, Thane is supposed to be dead already. Like, Thane is supposed to die, during the Citadel attack. Yeah, I remember you did talk about that you did, like, Vega a bit more by the end of it. What is going? Frame rate is dropping really bad. Where's Thane? Oh, is he not here? Maybe it was a glitch. I think it might have been a glitch. It wasn't supposed to be there. Because again, he should be dead. So, whatever. Chakwas was 20. Yeah, I don't know where I would put Chakwas. Like, I feel like I would have her below, like, Donnelly, personally.
Have you discovered a way to run FTL spaceships without an easel core?
Should be above, like, Adams.
I had a friend in security at Sonax, and there was definitely...
Oh, I just realized, is this... I think this might be it, if we did it right. I think we did, yes! Let's kill Rex. I forgot about this until now. Yeah. Fuck you, Rex. We kept you alive just so we can kill you here.
We can provide you our very best scientists to build the Crucible and the full support of our fleets. If I sabotage the cure, think about it, Commander. The choice is yours.
Where did you get that?
Morden wasn't my only source in STG. Or did you think I was as dumb as my brother, Reeve? What have you done?
I don't think this matters.
I've known you a long time.
I think no matter what, you end up killing him.
But words aren't going to cut it this time, Shepard. I will honor our friendship, though, by shooting you in the head and making it quick.
This is so bizarre, though. It's funny. This is the thing.
That was for the bomb that exploded on Tuchanka. The one you couldn't be bothered to stop.
Yeah, we didn't bother to stop it.
I want you to know I'm calling off our support for Earth. If my people go extinct, so do yours.
Doesn't have to be this way, Rex.
It should have been this way back on Vermeer. But I made the mistake of trusting you, believing you were my friend.
Fuck you. It's so weird.
I know what you did.
Yeah, actually he's like a character, like I remember a lot more from Mass Effect 3 personally than for 1. He went nuts. What a lunatic. But yeah, like I always remember her more for 3, and I feel like she's a lot more likable in 3. Like I do think now reanalyzing the series, like she very clearly like has almost nothing to really do.
Let the morgue know we've got another delivery coming. Probably too big for a coffin. Might have to space this one.
Like her character doesn't really progress much. Like she has no real character development over the series. But again, I do like that. Yeah, I do like that bond between her and Shepard. Okay, so I guess we'll do Thessia. If I can find Thessia. I don't think we're gonna bother fuel reactors at this point. That's the Jacob mission, which we might do next time. Wait, where's Thessia? Or is that what this is? Oh yeah, duh, find secret artifact. So yeah, we'll do Thessia now, then we'll end, and then tomorrow we will wrap up the game. Hopefully. Is Liara Lightning's PA? Alright, who is... It's like Allie Harris or something, right? What's her name?
Negative. All channels
There's a lot of like weird voice actors in Mass Effect. Like, again, I think I mentioned this before that. Like, the voice actress for Samara is like Billie Eilish's mom. Which is like really weird.
Then get to the shuttle and let's do this.
Okay. So we have to take her. Yeah, Hillis. Anyway, alright, we're gonna take Javik because I believe there's like extra dialogue if you take Javik. We should be good there. Don't really care. Yeah, I'm just looking at voice actors in Mass Effect at this point.
Liara, do you have anything more on this artifact?
I keep on forgetting too that like what am I talking about? Martin Sheen voices the Elusive Man. Like that's such a weird fucking thing that they they got a fucking Martin Sheen for the Elusive Man.
What if we're too late? My people are dying down there.
Your empathy is a weakness. You must numb yourself to loss.
Yeah, listen to him. Come on. Yeah, Seth Green plays Joker. Like, there's actually some like decently
I'm sorry. I can't
big voice actors. Buzz Aldrin plays Stargazer? That's fucking weird. I didn't even fucking know that. Like, Stargazer's the guy in the epilogue, right? That's fucking bizarre. I also find it so funny that, and you probably don't care because, like, again, you don't know Assassin's Creed, but, like, the one that voice acts, like, the voice actress for Trainer plays Aya in Assassin's Creed Origins, which is, like, two radically different characters. Like, dude, like, definitely not, two characters I would have expected to be voice acted by the same person. Okay, well, that's cool. Hey, I'm gonna be honest, I'm fucking tired at this point. Like, but again, I do want to get us to a point where we're pretty much locking it in that we're finishing it tomorrow. And there might be a chance that we get a late start tomorrow, so I just want to kind of lock this in here by finishing Thessia. Yeah, we will probably call it a night after that. Again, it's already fucking 3:30. Like, this actually has potential to be the longest stream. Again, we're only like, what, like 30 minutes away from that? Like a little bit over 30 minutes away. So, there might be some potential for that. Oh, am I good?
The gun over there. Put it to use.
Oh, it's not. Who's still here then? Oh, I didn't fucking realize they were there. Okay, well that's lovely. No, there are more husks. Perfect. Is that it? There we go.
I want that gunship prepped and in the air.
Eve was Ivy from Soul Calibur. That's fucking weird. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that Javik's voice actor was Knack, which is hilarious.
My orders are to hold this grid at all costs.
Yeah, like it's funny too, because like Knack is like obviously like this massive meme at this point. And like just like the voice acting for Knack has always been the thing that's been made fun of. So like the fact that like it's the same voice actor as Javik is hilarious. Like again, this like character takes itself so like super fucking seriously.
You're too late. One of our outposts lost contact with the scientists over there.
I still need to reach them.
I love his voice. I love Javik's voice though. It's ridiculous that Knack is voice acted like that, but in the role of Javik, I do actually like the voice actor.
I don't know you, but I do know if I don't pull my people out, they're all dead.
Wait.
This is obviously, you know.
A warrior's skill and cunning. They are strong in your genes. But you've grown tired of them. You're exhausted by them. And now you worry you don't have the courage left to go on.
By the goddess, are you?
Find your resolve. This war can end if you do.
Yeah, listen to
What
him.
he's talking about.
Does he though? I mean,
This is Lieutenant Curran. Hold your positions. I want a path carved to the temple. Outpost Tychus, we've got people coming your way. Let's make sure the galaxy knows the war was won on Thessia.
spoiler, it won't be one on Thessia.
I was here years ago to see the city burning like this.
Level 48.
Just worry about the next 20 meters.
I don't remember what level I got to in my other playthrough.
This has to end.
Remember that. Here they come. Push them back.
Okay. Oh. Whatever. I'll just run through. Is this where I'm supposed to be going? Guess not. Where am I supposed to be going? Maybe it's here. There we go.
On that building, we've got fire to hold.
Watch the edges. Don't let it surround
Okay. Now I meant to do, but fine, that worked too. Oh, can you? No, you can't climb over this? Cool, perfect. Do I actually have to fight them? Because, like, in an ideal world, I would skip this entire section. We might actually be able to get over this. Let me fight. Actually, that's something we should try to do on my next playthrough, is just, like, run through every encounter if we can. I feel like that'll be a funny thing to try. Yeah, we literally just ran through that entire section. I'm sure there's actually a decent amount of Mass Effect sections like that. Like, I know that entire IFF mission in Mass Effect 2. I'm pretty sure you can skip the entirety of it if you could just not die at the end, but obviously you probably will most of the time. Yeah, like, if you can solve the puzzle before getting, at the end of the section, before getting attacked, then you can technically do it without killing anything.
Wait, Shepard just arrived. Watch your head! How long can you hold out? Now that you're here, as long as it takes. Can you really win this war?
Probably not. I mean, are they? I mean, it's pretty much lying to them, right? Yeah. And, like, I think we can technically run through this then. Oh, well, that's lovely.
This nightmare never ends.
Oh, yeah, this is actually really funny. You can literally just skip everything here. I haven't mentioned this either. Like, last night when I was waiting for my Losing Final Travel Performance video to export, I decided to, like, pop in The Last of Us for the first time in a very long time. And just, like, ended up just, like, playing certain sections, like, for about 30 minutes or so. And, like, it just reminded me, like, how bad I am at that game. Like, I love The Last of Us, and, like, I've done speedruns of it, like, casual speedruns of it, and, like, I haven't done that well. But, like, I really suck at that game, as much as I do love it. Like, I haven't played it in, like, over a year at this point, but still. Definitely did not go well. Really, a lot of voice actors in World NTP are pretty new. Kind of surprises me because, like, I feel like with Square, they've recently been, like, reusing, like, the same voice actors for, like, every little thing. Like, it's funny, like, Final Fantasy, I don't know, Final Fantasy VII Remake has, like... Actually, Final Fantasy VII Remake, I feel like the main stars are actually, like, not super, prominent people, but then, like, you have, like, a lot of, like, side characters that are done by pretty prominent voice actors. Like, I know a lot of, like, Persona 5 people are in Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Go, Commander! I'll cover you from here!
Okay. Can we run through those? I guess we'll see. I really just don't feel like fighting at this point. I just want to get through this as quickly as possible. Like, I'm sure we're gonna have to fight something at some point, but I want to see how far I can get without fighting anything. I think this might be... Yeah, we might actually have to kill these. I just realized, like, I was complaining all of Mass Effect 2 about not having Sniper, yet now that I have one, I haven't even used it until now. You know, it's not even worth using a Sniper right now. Hoping 13 is Phineas. Yeah, that's weird. Again, I feel like there's a lot. Like Laura Bailey, it's weird because like Laura Bailey's obviously now like one of the biggest, like most prominent voice actors. Yeah, I remember like the first thing I saw Laura Bailey in, or that I knew it was Laura, like I now know it was Laura Bailey, was
Looks like we're in the clear. Let me take a look.
in Dragon Ball Z. Like she played Kid Trunks, I believe. Which like that's really fucking weird.
I think I can override it.
Do religion and military always mix among Asari?
No.
Especially like now it feels like she does like the same voice in every fucking game. Like it felt very jarring to me when playing like Avengers and like you hear Black Widow and it's like, oh, that's fucking Abby from the last one. The same thing with like Kaine and Nier Replicant. Whenever I hear Kaine, I was thinking, oh, that's fucking Abby. Like it just sounds weird.
Take a look around.
Or like it sounds like Fiona from Tales from Borderlands or like any of these other things. Like it's like she sounds the exact fucking same in most games that she's in now. It is weird, like in Catherine though, that she plays Catherine Facey, which does not sound like Laura Bailey.
The Reapers didn't do this. We're going to have to figure this out on our own.
Who's that supposed to be?
The goddess Athame herself. It's a relic of the old faith.
Then why does Athame speak Prothean?
What do you mean?
There is something here.
Yeah, this is new dialogue, right?
In this temple, I admit it is strange.
Oh, yeah, because I'm pretty sure like taking Javik here leads to like special dialogue and everything.
Significance. We once believed our gods were separate from the world, looking down on us.
Yeah, I love Kaine by the end of Replicant. I really hated that. Like, I really wish they
There's a Prothean beacon here.
they made her like the Kaine's dream whenever during playthrough B. I really wish they made that playable in the remaster. That would have been really cool instead of just making it all text. Whatever.
The knowledge of my race for their own gain.
Yeah, I could see that. Like, I'm sure like
I can't believe my people would keep this a secret.
she probably only has like 2 different things that she does. Like,
The wrong people had gotten their hands
has like a high pitched voice that she does for anime roles, and then has like her normal voice that is just her literal normal voice.
No one's left to tell us how this works.
The few records I can access talk about tapping into Prothean data streams, reconstructing matrices, none of which I see here.
I do.
Well, goody for you.
The activation process has begun.
By the goddess. Literally.
Look around. There must be more of these connections.
Incredible.
Alright.
The beacon seems to think you're Prothean, Shepard. It must be the cipher you got back on Pharos years ago.
Or it could be the Prothean standing.
It's so dumb. Oh, it's so fucking dumb. Because like obviously that it's so dumb. Oh my god. Because obviously that piece of dialogue is supposed to be there like if you don't have Javik there. But like with Javik there, that line makes no fucking sense.
The end of the war is near.
It's so fucking dumb that they kept that in there.
I'd say that one counts.
It seems each connection provides more power to the beacon.
Asari are observant
Was that sarcasm?
and easily confused. This isn't a connection.
Well, thanks for that.
It's gaining power. It's still there is nothing useful here.
I do love Javik. Like even though again like he doesn't like grow or anything over the course of the story, I just like a lot of his the interactions with him.
There has to be another one around here.
This doesn't appear to be a connection. We should keep searching.
Okay.
The activation is complete.
We need to hurry.
What's your opinion of Kai Lang? I mean, he's kind of bland. I really don't, like, I know a lot of, like, the Mass Effect community hates Kai Lang. It's like, I don't necessarily hate him. but he's just kind of there. Like he serves this role as this like sort of a secondary antagonist, and it's kind of figurehead for Cerberus during the majority of the story.
Systems shutting down.
Hold on.
He really doesn't do much for me at the end of the day, though.
The catalyst. We need to know what it is to finish the Crucible.
But I don't like actively hate him. Like I know a lot of the Mass Effect community seem to.
I'm called Vendetta, an advanced virtual construct of Patrick Van, overseer of the project you refer to as Crucible. He died fighting the Reapers.
How convenient, right?
Your remaining time is also at an end.
Is the VI of the guy that created the fucking Crucible. Or that led the Crucible project.
As does every cycle. But resistance is not enough. Conventional means will not defeat the Reapers.
We already know that. It's why we're building the Crucible. We found your plans.
The Crucible is not a Prothean design. It is the work of countless galactic cycles stretching back millions of years. Each cycle adds to it. Each improves upon it. Thus far, none have successfully defeated the Reapers with it.
Yeah, they are me.
I know a thing or two about killing Reapers. Just tell us what the catalyst is.
Listen to the human. She can be trusted. I take you are one of us. You are Prothean. The last. I am the final hope to avenge our people. Your mission was known to me. Do you believe this present cycle can deliver retribution? They have earned the right to try.
Tell us what we need to know.
Very well. If you have followed the plans for the Crucible, I will interface with
It also is funny that Javik's like so supportive of us, despite the fact that we barely talk to him. Yay, everyone's favorite character. I forgot Kai Lang was voiced by Troy Baker until just now, too, by the way.
Your attention. Someone would like to talk with you.
Even though he sounds just like fucking Troy Baker there. It's like, who she think this is? Like, why is she so confused? It's like, who the fuck else would it be?
The archives. Or did your shadow broker miss that one?
Show yourself. I promise I won't miss.
Stick to your talents, Dr. Dasoni. You've helped uncover the key to subjugating the Reapers.
Or destroying.
Yeah, Haru in Persona 5. I'm trying to think, like, what else is... Like, I remember she was in 13 Sentinels as a... I forgot the name of the character, but, like, the girl that isn't part of the... Like, the actual crew. Yeah, I don't remember what else she's done, though. Yeah,
I might have believed you once, but you've gone too far.
Shepard, you're out of your depth.
I'm trying to look her up right now.
I'm finishing the Crucible, and I'm.
Why does she look like a little girl on her IMDb picture? Even though she's like almost 10 years older. Oh, she's in the World's Interview? Yeah, the end of World Interview? Josh is in Scarlet Nexus. Oh fuck, I forgot we have a boss battle fucking Kai Lang here. Well, that obviously worked out, right? What does Nova even do? Oh, that's the, okay. Yeah, that's, oh, wait, no, that's Pole. Wait, what is Nova? Yeah, whatever. Oh, it's that one. That's Nova, okay. Oh, well, shit, what the fuck? How the fuck did I just die there? Yeah, so she's really, doing a lot of work recently. Alright, well, I'll try to finish this boss battle before I take more of a look at the list. Yeah, like, I remember her in 13 Sentinels. Which, like, it sounded just like fucking hard. Like, 13 Sentinels, like, actually has, like, despite it being, like, this really, like, small, like, this relatively small scale game, like, it does have a pretty, like, notable cast. Especially like within the JRPG sort of realm. Like a lot of near people are in that game. Switch, please? Isn't that... Wait, okay, fuck off, whatever. Guess we'll do sniper? Oh, he's right there. Well, that's not a great idea.
It's a pity the good ones never last.
Where'd he go? Oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter anyway.
There's only one way this ends.
I'm just scrolling through. Oh, I was gonna say, like, I'm a fucking idiot. I literally saw Persona 5 Strikers. I was like, oh, she's in Persona 5 Strikers? And I was like, oh yeah, she's fucking hard. Yeah, Sawatari was her name in 13 Sentinels. That's shocking. She's in Persona 5 Royal also. She's in so much shit, though.
Cerberus thanks you for all your hard work.
I forgot that she's credited on being in Smash Ultimate because of Joker being in it. And like all the Phantom Thieves end up being in it briefly. Yeah, I don't see much that I've personally played outside of things related to Persona and then 13 Sentinels. But she has been in a lot of stuff, though. Actually, we got through this mission a bit quicker than I thought we would. A bit quicker, not that much quicker, but a bit quicker.
Shepard! Hang on!
I guess we probably should talk to Liara after this, right? I guess we don't have to, but I guess we will.
This is Shepard. Give us your location.
I repeat, is anyone on this frequency?
We read you. Give me your
The lieutenant's down. Our whole zone is collapsing. What happened to Shepard? Did they make it to the temple? I saw them. I've got a Reaper inbound.
I'm trying to look up right now. What is my longest stream? So 4 hours, 28 minutes, so we're about 15 minutes away from that. I don't think we're gonna make it. To be honest, I don't think I care enough to really stay on for that much longer than this. Again, we'll finish this. I think we'll go talk to Liara, and then we'll probably just call it a day at that point. Again, tomorrow I think we'll start off with doing Horizon, and then after that's the point of no return. So we might go ahead. And do the Jacob stuff, or we might actually we could do the Jacob stuff after we finish the game if we really want to. Actually, maybe that's what we'll fucking do. Maybe we'll finish the game first, and then like if we finish the game and it's like I feel like going for a bit more, then we'll go and do the Jacob mission kind of outside of it. Because like to be honest, it doesn't really add much. Like it doesn't, like we don't need to do it. It's just that I kind of feel like I want to do it, but I also want to make sure I finish the game tomorrow more so. So I think that's what we'll do.
I wish the news was better.
Yeah, it's almost 5 where you're at. Yeah, it's almost 4 where I'm at. Again, like I did not want to go this long just in general because like again, if I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, then there wasn't that much of a reason to. But again, I just wanted to really guarantee that we're gonna finish this tomorrow.
We don't know how to finish the crucible.
I don't know what to say. What was the situation on Thessia?
Deteriorating fast. The Reapers are there in strength.
Then I should be going. Plans must be put in motion.
continuity of civilization has to be considered. I never imagined this day would come.
None of us did.
Which, by the way, I just noticed that, like, according to this, according to here, to my stream manager here, I got a new follower over the course of the stream, yet my follower count is still the same. Like, I don't know why I'm stuck on, like, 83 followers, despite the fact that I've supposedly gotten followers, according to my stream manager. I don't know if it's, like, glitched, and it's just, like, stuck at 83, or if I'm, like, literally getting followers and losing them. I really don't know what the fuck's going on with that, but yeah, who really cares at the end of the day? Doesn't really matter. Oh, I'm an idiot. I just okay, whatever. I just exited out my own chat, but we're back. Not that anyone's really posting anything right now anyway.
As is the data on the catalyst. I'm sick of Cerberus beating us to the punch.
Let's kick them in the balls first for a
I forgot James was even fucking here until just now.
Anyone know where they're hiding? Anyone?
I forgot Trainer tells us, doesn't she?
Commander,
Tell me you've got something, Edie.
Specialist Trainer was able to track Kai Lang's shuttle through the relay and extrapolate its destination. Unfortunately, the signal disappears in the Yara system.
Of course it does.
However, the signal is being actively blocked.
What?
The Yara system is home to Sanctuary and little else. Sanctuary is a supposed safe haven for war refugees. And something at that location is actively blocking all signals coming from that region of space. If Specialist Trainer hadn't examined the data so astutely, the interference would have been undetectable.
If that's where Kai Lang went, then that's where we're headed.
It's not much of a lead, but I'm game if you are.
Oh yeah.
We've come too far to let Cerberus.
Yeah, I think Trainer has a lot of fun character moments.
I want that Prothean data. I want the catalyst. No excuses.
And she's kind of wacky at points. Like, I think she's a bit like a bit over the top, but I think overall, like, Trainer's probably one of my favorite, like, non crewmate or squad mate characters. Like, largely because of, like, the humor that she ends up bringing, but I always found this weird. Like, this is 100% here because they're trying to hide a loading screen, right? But, like, there was no loading screen in Mass Effect 2, so why is there a loading screen here? Like, I don't get why this is here. Like, it's really weird.
Commander, Cerberus has attacked a comm facility on Ontaron. I've updated the galaxy map.
Yeah, I don't care. Garrus, Liar. Oh yeah, Liar. Okay, yeah, Liar and Jarek, Javik are fighting right now, right? So let's go check on them, and then yeah, I think we'll call it a day at this point. Oh, you ever that low at 19? I feel like actually I don't know. I guess that probably, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, that probably makes sense.
That's not true. We earned our place in the galaxy.
Stop denying reality, Asari. Your people took the knowledge of my people from the beacon.
I have a name. It's Liara Tassoni, and I'd appreciate
No,
you
we're not
using
gonna
it
do
from now on. No, you're not worth it. There's been enough death today.
She's having a bad day. We all are.
I'm kind of fine.
There is no time to coddle the feelings of a depressed Asari. We recover from this defeat, or we die.
Alright, well that was obviously worth it.
I suffered many defeats in the last war, Commander.
Yeah, I don't actually care. Alright, let's go check up on Liara and then call it a day, I guess. I find it, like, it would be funny if you could be, like, a complete dick to Liara in this situation. Is Thane listed as dead? He is. Okay. So yeah, Thane is dead. It's just that we didn't get to see his death. Caden's on there. Yeah, so we killed a decent amount of people here. Ashley. Yeah. Again, it should be a lot of fun to do the kill everyone playthrough. Mass Effect 1 I feel like is going to be kind of boring, but And hopefully it goes by quicker than last time. So we're going to be playing on an easy.
Shown the beacon on Thessia earlier.
You would have needed Shepard's cipher to comprehend it.
I still could have learned from it.
2 should be a lot quicker because we're not going to bother with most things in 2. He's like, well, we're just going to really just streamline the main story outside of doing Samara's loyalty mission.
Liara, you had nothing to do with the attack on Thessia.
Actually, are we even going to bother getting Thane? I don't even know if we'd bother getting Thane.
We'd save them. How many Asari died? Because I demand.
Like, I know we, like, reject Grunt. Like, I mean, we don't, like, open up Grunt's tube. We sell Legion. But I don't remember, do we get Thane in that situation? I don't know, like, I know I looked up a guide earlier. Like, I've seen a guide of how to complete 2 with only Zaid and Morinth alive. And that's what we're going to be trying to go for, but... Again, it should be interesting.
I understand.
To try to execute it.
I'd welcome anything to occupy my mind right now, Shepard. A Prothean. A living, breathing Prothean.
Yeah, it's like this is so dumb.
Me neither. He was a little cold when I
He
tried
was
to
just a little
talk.
cold.
I understand the shock of waking up again. His species gone. But a Prothean.
Yeah, he definitely didn't just yell at me after destructing my entire fucking home planet, but...
I need some time, Shepard. What will happen to the...
This is something I always found disappointing about this game, though, is how, like, there's no, like, in Mass Effect 2, no matter what, when you talk to a confidant, even if they have nothing to really say, it still opens up the not the weapon wheel, the dialogue wheel, and it makes it feel like a real conversation. Like, here, it's like, you just have this. It always felt, like, really cheap to me, but, well, never. I think we do have something here. Shield or power damage? I think we'll go shield. I think we'll go shield. Alright, so again, like, I think we're going to call it a day. Again, it's already 4 o'clock. It's almost 4 o'clock. So yeah, and actually this is like only a few minutes away from being my longest stream ever. It's only 5 minutes away, which is really insane. Because I mean, to be fair, it's like my longest stream ever is only 4 hours 20 minutes. Like, it's only and like I pretty consistently go around 4 hours a stream, so it's not even like that's that hard to beat. But again, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm fucking tired, and I actually plan on streaming tomorrow, and I also want to get some stuff done tomorrow. So yeah, we're gonna end here. We'll see how tomorrow goes, but yeah, tomorrow's South Africa. Got Big Brother out to ready the mid-season power ranking. That should be fun. I want to get that Nier Automata script done, but it's like probably not gonna happen. But yeah, that's it for tonight's stream. Yeah, see you later, Sorquel. Pretty sure you're the only one still here, so yeah. See you next time. Oh, wait, let's actually save first. I could have done this after I ended the stream, but whatever, you get the point. Yeah, see you next time.